Hello, and welcome, everybody. How are you doing? Welcome to the Critical Hit Spring Smash 2025 opening session. Yeah, so we are here supporting Blue Cross UK, a brilliant animal charity. As you've just seen 3 awesome videos from them of their success stories. They are a charity that support all types of animals, both pets, farm animals, and abandoned and sick animals. They provide the care, support of them to be rehomed, along with veterinary care, and also supporting owners in financial difficulties that can't necessarily afford to look after their pets. Blue Cross will also step in and say, hey, we need your animals to be healthy. So an absolutely wonderful charity to be supporting in our first event, and it's going to be absolutely awesome. So first up, we have someone who is very well known to the community, one of 2 of the probably most famous twins on Twitch, I would say. That would be hamfruitcake. She has arrived here to present Final Fantasy XIII-2, which I haven't seen in a speedrun event for a while, so that's quite exciting as an opener. It's going to be the Any percent on PS3. Very excited for that. So hello Hammy, how are you?
Hi, I'm alright. How are you?
Whoop, whoop.
We're all a bit nervous, I think.
If it wasn't obvious,
Yeah.
I'm nervous for the start of the event. I am also accompanied here for commentary via Hammy's request, the very knowledgeable Janini Bean. Hi Janini.
Yeah.
Hi. So I started watching this run when Hammy started running it. I have some notes in front of me, and I will do my best to. If I can't say what's going on, I'll at least be funny about it.
That's all we need.
I appreciate you, Janini.
We are obviously the Critical Hit community. We are a relatively new community that have got together to be a pretty much all-inclusive, open gaming community for anyone across the gaming spectrum, basically. So whether you be a retro gamer, a modern gamer, speedrunner, challenge runner, just a casual gamer that likes to play games every now and then, or even someone that just loves watching other people do cool stuff on Twitch, we really do invite everybody. We've got a fairly small but growing community now, and we're here to present this showcase of some of our greatest members, of some of their greatest feats and their greatest runs. We're hoping to bring you a big variety across the event. There is lots packed up in the schedule, and of course we are here to raise money for that awesome Blue Cross UK animal charity. So anyway, I could waffle on forever. I think we should get into the run. That's what we're here for. So if no one has any other requests, I think, Hammy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ooh, hype. I will count you down then from 5.
So the timer actually starts once you've selected. So we'll be doing normal mode. So the timer starts once I've selected normal and said yes. So that's what, just so you're aware. So I'll be hitting new game, then normal mode, and then yes, and then timer starts.
Okay.
In case
Not
you
a
weren't
problem.
aware. I should have mentioned that.
Okay.
So yeah. Ready?
So
Steady.
can you get yourself to the screen where it says normal? Right here, yeah, this one. Alright, so can I count you down from here?
Yes.
Okay then, so we will do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Hammy.
Game.
Thank you. So we have to make a save file. That is part of the speed run. So yeah. So we'll make a save file, and then we're going to go into some cutscenes that you guys aren't going to see because I'm going to skip them. But Lightning is going to be in Valhalla, and we're going to be fighting an enemy called Chaos Bahamut. Bahamut? I don't know. Dick pic. So
The
yeah.
famous.
You're going to be seeing this screen a lot.
Yes.
We don't know what game we're playing, so we just need to be
We don't.
reminded.
Yeah, so the one reason why PS3 is slower than PC is because these lovely loading screens, which again you'll see a lot of. Luckily, I know what I'm doing, so I will be skipping the tutorial. And we're going to use Lightning Strike. The one thing that we are not going to do is die on this fight, which is something that has happened and could happen. But I'm not going to let it happen. Not today. We can retry it. He's quite savage, but he's not really hitting me today. So yeah, the tutorial is very epic, very full of lightning. And obviously they advertised the game with lightning. And after this section, you don't get to see lightning for a very, very long time.
But this is a game about lightning, surely, because, you know, nothing
No.
bad happened at the end of 13, did it?
No, it's weird that you would say that. So there's a little bit of retconning. I'll try and explain it as we go. But obviously, for those who know, 13 tied up in quite a nice little bow. Everybody was very happy. But here we are with lightning, fighting a giant dragon in a place that we don't recognise. We survived. We're okay. So yeah.
GG's on that fight. It does look epic. Do want to quickly just jump in there. You did get an anonymous donation during that fight. So we've already had our very first donation of the event. Thank you very much. It was an anonymous donation, so we're not sure who that was, but it was for £11, and it was for the Sarah outfit towards White Mage. Put some clothes on Sarah. She's a child. Is the comment.
So somebody, I think it was Kagar actually, had donated for her to wear the beachwear outfit, which does show quite a lot of skin. So we're already having a bidding war.
If you don't like what any of our characters are dressed in, then pop a
We have
donation
options.
in and swing that tide. Go against something else. We will be changing these outfits.
So, it's a good point
Whenever
to
I get
mention
a
at the
menu.
beginning of the run, actually, that Harry does have bid wars available on Tiltify for naming the characters. Could you tell us a little bit about that when you get a chance? I know you are in the middle of fighting Bahamut right now, so when you get a chance.
It's quite, yeah. So we have bid wars for the outfits. I've chosen 2 outfits for Sarah and Noel, and there are 15 options for Mog. Mog has quite a lot of outfits. Currently, we've had a bid for Tomato, which quite frankly makes me laugh. So whoever did bid for it has good taste, because it's hilarious. But it's also quite terrifying. So there are other options. We don't really get a chance to change the outfits until we get a menu after a couple of fights. So there's like 5 minutes until we actually can change the outfits. But currently Moggy's wearing a tomato outfit. Sarah is now going to be dressed as a white mage, and Noel is just going to be dressed like Sora from Kingdom Hearts, apparently. Which is what everybody keeps saying to me. I don't see it.
I mean, I didn't until you said that.
Everybody's like, he's got brown hair and baggy blue trousers, so... And he's got a short sword, which, Keyblade is a short sword, so... There you go. Can't unsee it now. You won't see Noel until this next moment. Why am I'm messing with the camera? So yeah, we get a lot of primers, we get a lot of moving around. It's going to ask me to jump over a couple of bits of fallen furniture here to demonstrate the jumping mechanic, and it's actually more difficult to jump over these things than anything else in the game. It's very strange. So for fans of the original 13, this is new bottom. We used to have a bottom back in Cocoon, but now we're on Pulse. And I think it's just a reused asset. They've basically, it's different, but it's the same. We're on Pulse right now. So you can see Cocoon in the background. It's a really beautiful image. I can turn the camera, but I am speedrunning, so it's a lovely little beach scene with a crystallized cocoon in the background. It's a pretty game. It is a very pretty game. So I already did a paradigm shift, but it is giving me a tutorial for it. So what we're doing in these fights is we're switching between roles. So you'll see I'm casting fire and changing into commando to get the commando damage bonus just as the fire is leaving. So when it hits, it will get that that damage bonus. And it's really just kind of watching the animations. It's actually quite a front heavy kind of run because these battles are quite tricky. The first boss requires quite a few finicky movements. It gets easier, I swear. Yeah, we're all going commando. So what they call it, buffering. That is the technique that I am using. Speedrun technique for you. Make that sound dirty as you will.
I must admit, my brain went into the gutter, but
yeah,
everybody knows.
We're buffering. We're all grown ups here. It's fine.
And I'm getting a little bit anxious about it.
It's just hanging there. So yeah, these fights you'll notice I'm only getting 3 stars, but I think I'm smashing them. You can't get any more than 3 stars. I've seen the best speedrunners that play this game. It's just 3 stars or no. So I don't know what that is. It doesn't actually rank it. I don't think you actually get any kind of benefits from the fights. I don't think there's CP or anything involved. You do get some items like potions, but yeah, you will only ever get 3 stars on these fights. Nectons are actually, there's a Pokemon capture system. We're going to catch the best monsters, and Necton is actually a match that we will use, a Ravager, sorry, that we will use early in the game for the first section until we get the icon, the legend, that is Chi-Chi. And then Necton gets unceremoniously dumped, and we just use Chi-Chi for the rest of the run. Everybody that I've spoken to about this run says that's just cheating, but you know, if they've got it, you can use it. And when I played this casually many moons ago, I did not know that you could get Chi-Chi, because we're just gonna do something really random to get him, and I don't think anyone would know to do that unless you were reading a guide, if I'm completely honest. But we'll get there when we get there.
Kind of feels a bit creature creatory to me.
It is. It's actually got quite a similar kind of vibe to Creature Creator.
Just as long as we don't end up with Brother, that's all I ask.
We don't. So nobody's doing booty shakes to attack the monsters, but Chi-Chu, you'll learn to love Chi-Chu, but his mouth never closes, and he's just a little basketball with a wide open mouth, and he's quite terrifying. And Chi-Chu just kind of headbutts the enemies, and all you'll just see in the background is Chi-Chu with his mouth wide open, running at things. And honestly, it's quite entertaining and terrifying. And at the end of the fight, you'll find that they obviously freeze frame on one of the characters, and quite a lot of the time it is just Chi-Chu with his mouth open. Ah! And I mean, what's not to love about that, really? How could you not? And for, again, people who are familiar with the 13 series, Chi-Chu is just a mini Ochu variation. So there you go.
He reminds me a little bit of a Mandragora from FF9.
Yeah, the Mandragoras with the leaves off their heads,
Yeah.
and the smiley, terrifying expressions.
Yeah, absolutely cursed and would could murph you in one. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, as I've said, everybody keeps telling me Chi-Chu's cheating, which it's not true. You know, he's there. We can use him.
I see it too.
But yeah, at quite a few of the later boss fights, we are just relying on Chi-Chu to be our damage dealer. It's a commander role, and he's just ridiculously overpowered, so...
So to each of the
and we use...
like the monsters that we catch, for want of a better word, are they
Yeah.
limited to a specific class then?
So yeah, so they have one class, basically. And they have one class, one role, and the idea is that you get a pack that you kind of like, you can have 3 that you can switch between in your pack. But we only use 2 at any given time, and you can like arrange your paradigms around the packs that the pack that you have. So you have 3 monsters in your pack, and then you just create the paradigms from your 2 characters and the 3 monsters. But as I say, we only ever use 2 monsters at any given time. So we'll have Nekton, and we will have Chi-Chu, and we will have Gahongas, which again, everybody's gonna... My gosh, look at those Gahongas. You can all say it. So yeah, it's got the same stagger mechanic that 13 had, which is nice. I've been playing casually Lightning Returns on stream, and they, for 13.3, we'll call it that, they just decided to just change a lot of things in that game, and it's quite jarring and hard to get a hold of. But yeah, for anybody who's interested in speedrunning 13.2, it's a lovely little speedrun. You can finish it in under 4 hours. I've obviously set my estimate a bit higher just in case. But yeah, it's about 4 hours when you get the hang of it. Lightning Returns, I believe you can do it in 2.5 hours, but
Have you considered doing the
it's
trilogy?
very hard. So if in my head I'm thinking at some point, because obviously 13 itself is quite a long, intense run. Potentially in the future, once I get some decent notes, I would like to learn the 13 speedrun, because apparently, for anybody who's interested in running the trilogy, 13.2 is, I've been told, is quite a nice starting off point to get the hang of the speedrun. So then if you kind of like get the hang of 13.2, it's easier to learn 13.
No, I mean, I've seen 13 runs before, and that movement around encounters and stuff like that, it looks very tricky and precise, and I know it's got a bit of a reputation for being quite difficult for that as well. But I do know that I played 13 casually, and I know a lot of people slate 13 for being super linear and stuff like that, which, yes, it is very linear. You've only got one area to explore, and it's not that big. And like one optional boss, and it's like... I understand everyone's complaints about it, but personally I really enjoyed Final Fantasy XIII as a game.
Yeah,
I
I think
never
it's
played
actually
the sequels because
kind
the
of...
sequels got even more of a bad rap, dare I say it.
Yeah.
And I've never actually
They
turned around and
do.
played them, but I mean, just that opening cutscene that we had, even before anything else that comes, was like, it's an epic game still.
It's definitely like, so we just keep saying, I think so recently on my channel we did a casual playthrough of 13, and then I've been learning the 13.2 speedrun kind of behind the scenes, and then once we finished the casual 13, we started doing some 13 speedruns and just casually playing it through. And obviously, as I've said, I'm doing Lightning Returns now, working our way through the trilogy. And the one thing that I will say is like like over 10 years old. Like I think 13's like nearly 15 years old now. They look stunning still. These are running on, I'm running these on PS3 and they look beautiful. They've really held up. And I think you can see in hindsight quite a lot of what Final Fantasy kind of ended up shifting towards. They kind of took a lot from these games and built on them, and that's how the series moved forward. Whether or not people like that, you can't deny that they've definitely had a massive influence on the trajectory of the series. And I do, and obviously I have said I hated 13 when it came out because it just wasn't the Final Fantasy I was expecting or that I wanted. But we've done the reappraisal, we've played them through. I've really enjoyed watching the speedruns, and maybe it's not a good game to play in the traditional sense, but it's a cracking speedrun to watch. So even if you're not interested in the game as like a casual, definitely check out the speedruns, because especially the skill that goes into learning those runs, man. They're incredible. And 13-2, it's a little bit more accessible. It's a little bit easier to learn and master and get the hang of. I'm not saying I've mastered it. I'm still learning it. Every day is a school day. Sarah right now is being a school teacher and yelling at this child. But yeah, she doesn't want to yell at him now. But yeah, I think 13-2 has a lot of aspects, and I feel like I hated the 13 originally, the game, but I really liked 13-2. I had a really soft spot for it. So I've always had a bit of a weird kind of affection for this game. And I think when you're speedrunning, especially when you're just starting out and you're looking for something to do, I think it's definitely better to speedrun a game that you like and that you have an affection for. Because I think it makes a big difference liking the game, knowing the game, and having that kind of inbuilt appreciation for the game, because speedrunning helps you kind of appreciate it more, and you also know where the hell you're going half the time, because I think learning a speedrun from scratch and having never played the game, it can be really daunting. And do one that you like, do one that you've played before, do one that you genuinely enjoy, and I think speedrunning will help you gain a further appreciation for it.
That's
in my
exactly
opinion.
the sort of philosophy that I had when I started, and then I decided to pick up 10-2 with absolutely no knowledge. I'd never played it before. It was a sub-goal, and yeah, not gonna lie, the first few months were very, very terrifying, and now I love it.
Yeah.
So that is all just to say, you know, 10-2 is another game that doesn't have a particularly good reputation throughout the critics, but you know,
Yeah.
if you like it, own it and give it a go.
Yeah.
You know, just because somebody else has said it's not that great, you know,
Yeah.
make your own.
And like I
mind up.
say, we've like I say, I've made a point of saying I didn't like 13, but I've grown as a person. I thought, you know what? Let's try that again. Let's not just stick in our ways, you know. Let's give it another go. And obviously older, wiser, more mature. But giving it another chance, I definitely think it's worth doing.
Absolutely. It's like how you get a child to try and eat vegetables several times.
Oh,
and
don't.
they turn around and say, "Oh, I don't like it." No. I mean, I
They
was
do,
that
they
child.
come round.
I only started eating vegetables when I was 35, so, you know, it just goes to show.
You never know. Oh yeah,
You
I've got to
never
change
know.
the outfits. Jeez. But yeah, okay, let's have a look. Outfits. So Sarah is getting covered up, and Mog is going to look like a terrifying tomato.
Right, let me just double check the donations, make sure there's nothing else that's come in.
Thanks. I think I'm okay. The gate is where the meteorite fell. So we
So there are random
Noel
encounters
is
you can
in
see.
Space-Time Guardian.
Must be strange.
Thank you
Oh,
very
Noel
much
is
to
the
Noddy for the
Spacetime Guardian.
£1.
Noel's Spacetime Guardian, you're going to love it. It's hilarious. It's got the weirdest shaped things on his arms and his knees. They're just they're terrifying. You'll see them soon enough. They're horrifying. Especially, I would say in cutscenes, but we're going to skip most of them. He looks ridiculous.
You be careful.
Actually, most of the outfits in this are ridiculous. So yeah, you're noticing that I'm going to be getting encounters, and we get a Mog clock. So, as I think we said it in a stream previously, Mog is the Swiss Army knife of companions. He is a bow and arrow. He has the ability to find hidden items. Later on, we are going to be tossing him at things. We're just going to throw him, and he's going to act like he hates it, but he actually is really into it. He's quite a sadist.
We're very dangerously
so, yeah.
close to being Renoa here, guys. We all know how I feel about Renoa.
So yeah, we're going to be throwing them evil, and he also has what we call a Mog clock, which is an ability which you'll see it going green and red and kind of shifting around. And that's the encounters. And the encounters are actually on a step count.
Whee!
So we will force encounters at certain points to kind of prevent getting encounters at other times. But yeah, I have messed this fight up, haven't I? No, I haven't. Don't say that out loud. So yeah, we're going to be shifting around. Now I know that obviously, if you're familiar with Final Fantasy XIII series, I don't know what's going in Lightning Returns, so don't ask me about that. But the game kind of rewards you for shifting about as much as humanly possible. So if we're shifting about, it's because we're trying to enable refreshes, ATB refreshes. So if you see me shifting about kind of willy-nilly, it's just to kind of get some extra ATB. I'm just going to use some ruins to go with this. So ruins are obviously the magic-based commando move. You'll see us using ruins quite a lot in the game to kind of finish off a fight or kind of cause damage. Noel got too close to this guy and got slapped down.
Bye, Noel.
Luckily, I'm just like right out of the way of the swipe. When it just means I can't get my bar up because he's dead, but I'm just gonna... This is one of the trickier fights to learn, and it's hard to actually get a save for it, so... I say it's hard to get a save. It's hard to get a save for the first one.
So we are
So,
still
yeah.
in time 3 after the end of 13. Is
So,
that
yeah.
correct?
That is correct. This takes place 3 years after the events of 13. We're on Pulse, as you can see. Trying to explain the story is confusing. So you would have seen Noel with lightning in that location at the start of the game. That was Valhalla, a space beyond time. Yeah, trying to explain it without sounding making it more confusing.
I've tried to
I like
explain
to-
time
the joke that
compression
I-
failed, so it's fine.
So the joke that I make is they looked at the story of 13 and thought, how can we make this better? Let's add time travel. And that's what they did. They added time travel. And it's so we are 3 years after the events of 13. And lightning's gone. Snow is gone to look for lightning. And Sarah is all alone on this lovely beach location, which is a new version of a place that was in Cocoon, where she used to live. And all of her friends are a bit worried about her. So what we've just done is we've just found a cat, which was a stray cat, which because Snow's gone and left her, she adopted it and named it Snow because her fiance's gone missing. And then we also find that the kids stole her engagement necklace, which was actually the necklace that Snow gave back to her when he abandoned her. He left his engagement ring. He's a nice guy, is Snow. And so she's upset. She's abandoned. And then we also find Lightning's knife, which obviously plays quite a big part in the original game. It was a birthday present that Sarah gave Lightning. And I always like Lightning's line when she gets it and she looks at the knife on her birthday and they've just screamed at each other and had a massive row. And she just opens the box and she looks at the knife and she just goes, how practical. Because obviously her sister knows her better than anyone and bought her a knife for her birthday. So yeah, Lightning's not there, Snow's not there. And it's 3 years after the events. I don't know, I assume Lightning went missing obviously almost immediately after the end of the events of 13. I don't know when Snow left, but I'm getting the feeling it's more than at least a couple of years. So he's gone. So Sarah's a little bit depressed, a little bit sad. And Lightning is in Valhalla, and she, I don't know, Noel's just floating down from the sky, and she goes, ah, and she just mails him over to Sarah via a meteor. And the meteor was the gate that we just jumped through. So we now can time travel by using gates and fragments, which we will get fragments that are just lying around using Mog's special ability, or we will get fragments from fighting bosses to open the gates and move around all of time and space, except you can't move around all of time and space because we can't, it's not Doctor Who, you can't go backwards, you can only go forwards because that would be, I don't know, time travel, silly going backwards, right? So yeah, we can only go forwards. There are 160 fragments that you can obtain in the game. There is a speedrun. It's like obviously like an all bosses or a plat speedrun. It's called the 160 fragment speedrun, and I'm pretty sure it's like 11 to 12 hours long. So yeah, there's that. We are obviously going to take the quickest path through time and space to get to the end of the game. So there is that. But there are lots of different locations. There are lots of different places to see. They're all weird. Some of them are less weird than others, but as I said before, I really liked this game when it came out because it was so weird. And it goes to some pretty weird places. And it does some pretty weird shit. There's his arm guard things, and I don't understand them. They just look weird, man.
He's looking a little bit Kane-esque from FF4.
Oh yeah, like Kane, except a space-time guardian. Yeah, so they can travel through what we call the Historia Crux, which is just like a big tunnel full of pipes and weird circular things, and they kind of just float through that to get from location to location. Very strange. It's all very strange. And yeah, this is kind of like when they were advertising the game, this boss called Atlas was kind of one of the big showpieces that they kind of like advertised the game with. You're fighting a giant invisible monster. And it's pretty cool. They do some pretty weird shit. They make the bosses big and weird and sticking out of the wall, which somebody's pointed out to me, we do fight a monster that's sticking out of a wall, swiping at us quite a few times. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, so Noel is actually so far from the future. He's from the dying world. He's effectively from the world just before it ends, which you would think makes perfect sense. But then Lightning Returns decides to set its game at the end of the world, and it looks very different to Noel's end of the world. and it's actually a few hundred years later. So they love retconning in this series. It's
And
very
I
confusing.
thought that we could
You'd
only
think
move
they'd thought these
forward.
things through.
So how has Noel come back if he's from
You'll
the
need
end
an
of the
ID.
world? And how has he come back? But I know I
So
shouldn't be
he's
asking
got-
such things.
It's kind of tragic, actually. So he actually just, it's called the Dying World. There's a whole section that's set in the Dying World, and we learn his backstory. But I'm going to skip all the cutscenes, so I guess I can just tell you now.
This place down.
He
Search the ruins.
everybody around him's just dying. Everybody,
Like the
the
gate to
whole,
Valhalla?
everybody's just dying, and he is literally the last person alive. And when he realizes he is the last person alive, he just decides to just give in, and he floats up to the sky in an almost unaliving kind of way, and then he ends up in Valhalla, and lightning. Well, so if anything happens in this game that doesn't make sense, it's because the goddess did it, and the goddess takes pity on people quite a lot and just injects herself into their lives and sorts shit out. So if you're not sure why something's happened, it's probably because Etro, the goddess of, I think she's the goddess of death, she's just gotten involved. So the reason they explain at the end of the previous game that everybody came out of their crystal stasis is because of the gift of Etro. Etro, the goddess, took pity on the six main characters. I guess it's not the six main characters because Vanille and Fang are still in the pillar, the crystal pillar. But the goddess takes pity on them, and she brings them all back to life, and that was her. But, and here's the twist, the ground swallows up and eats lightning, and she ends up in Valhalla and takes on the role of the champion of Etro. And they're basically just fighting the forces of chaos and darkness. That's the best that I've got right now. I'll try and explain it as we go. But yeah, like, Mog's just shown us his Mog reveal ability, which you hit R1, you can reveal like a treasure chest or a kind of almost invisible item. This is a Necton, so I will be trying to catch this monster. You know that you've caught the monster because you will see a crystal animation. So you're going to see me resetting just to make sure that I get the crystal. I think I got it, but I don't, so I'm not going to risk it. But yeah. And I will say thank you to anyone who's given me good luck so far. I'm kind of like half looking at chat, but I'm also juggling a lot of
people in
balls.
chat popping away, giving you lots of luck, Hammy. Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Lots of support here. Lots
Thank
of
you all for
interest in
being
what
here.
you're doing. People are talking about time compression and trying to understand things in the future. Yeah, we've got
Oh
some,
yeah, well the best Final Fantasy games have
awesome
time
people in chat
travel
that have popped along.
compression.
We've got Grandmaster Farmer, we've got Joe Pandra, Cosmo Retro, one of the legends of CH. Got Matty in here with all the T's and all the Y's, of course. We did mention, of course, that you are from the most awesome set of twins on Twitch, and your twin, Kagar, is here as well, of course.
Wow, thank you.
Novi Shroom Deer, which actually I missed a small tiny donation earlier, but every donation does count. A donation from Novi earlier for £1 towards your
I did
campaign.
mention that.
You did mention it, I was out, yeah.
Yeah.
Towards
Thank you
Noel's
so
outfit.
much.
Brilliant.
Okay, so we've got Necton. That is that's the monster. So yeah, I don't know what the in-game explanation is. I'm pretty sure that Sarah is the one that's responsible for being able to tame monsters. And this is the actual most RNG heavy element of the run, wherein we have to catch the monsters. And you catch the monsters by killing them. And then it's randomly will decide whether or not it will drop the crystal, which Sarah can then possess like a Pokemon. And use within her party. So she has this power. It's never really explained why. I think she's got quite a few powers actually. So yeah, and Lightning gave her Mog. Lightning sent Null on the meteor with the gate, and she also sent Mog. And Mog is the sword that you can see Sarah kind of wielding when the Mog clock starts and the random encounters start. So yeah, Mog is again the Swiss Army knife of this game. Mog does everything. He's Moogle. He's sword. He's crossbow. Bow and arrow? Not a crossbow. He reveals things. You throw him. He's a nightlight. He glows. So there's some puzzles in this game. They're always the same. They're not random, so you can just memorize them. This section, there's a later section where they are random, and oh boy, that's annoying. I've done that wrong. So it's left, then right, then left, and I always do it. I always get them muddled. So this one's right, and then the next one we head left. And again, you can memorize them if you aren't so nervous and wearing a frog hat. So yeah. There's 3 types of puzzles in the game. There's the panels that you run across. You have to collect the crystals to solve them. There's some monsters that you have to create through connecting crystals, which you will see me later. I will definitely be swearing at that point. And there are some clock puzzles, and I hate the clock puzzles, and we don't do them in the speedrun, so it's fine. But it requires maths.
Okay.
And for anybody who's played 10-2 and has played Sphere Break, yeah, I hate maths puzzles. Final Fantasy keeps trying to make me do maths, and it's just not on. But yeah. Okay. Alright, okay, so we've got Necton really early on. Really happy with that. So we're just going to leave this cave. We're going to actually meet my favourite character in the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy. Contentious, but delicious. Delicious? Fabulous. Depends on how you feel. She's over there if you can look at her, but we're going to go see her over here. She is everywhere. She's here. She's there. She's all over the freaking map. What we're gonna do is, to prevent any kind of issues later, we will force this. Well, you're supposed to force an encounter here. We didn't have to force the encounter. We're on steps, baby. So yeah, the only thing that you need to do is sometimes you might need to force an encounter at a point that you don't get an encounter at a later point, because it's all based on steps. So this menu, we are just gonna sell all this, and I'm gonna just make sure that my notes are right. Can we sell? Yeah, that, and then we're gonna buy some gyashal green. I've never known really how to say this. Gyashal greens. We might actually need to sell something else. I'm selling that now. We want 5 so we can power up our Necton. And she's just fabulous. Chocoboko Lena. Fabulous. She doesn't make any sense, but we love her. They were putting Necton in our party. Our paradigms are all fine. We're just gonna get some cheeky levels up. So the Crystarium's just a little bit different this time. You kind of just contribute towards certain levels and move around the board, and you get a bonus every time you kind of complete the weapon of the character that you're upgrading. And the monsters that you're upgrading, it's just their shape in crystallized form. And then they expand and they upgrade, and you get little bonuses, and it's pretty neat. We're just literally spamming Ravager at this point. So that's what we're doing. For the most part, our Ravager is going to be super duper powerful. at some point, Sarah's going to be given the saboteur role, but we don't upgrade it too much. And we're also going to have a sentinel upgrade on Noel. But apart from that, they don't really. You don't get commando. You don't do much else. They just get Ravager upgrades and a little bit of here and there, really. So we're just going to do this fight. We've staggered the big boss. And as I've said, you can see me kind of just shifting between just to kind of get the benefit of the ATB refresh.
He kind of reminds me of
So-
an Iron Giant.
It is. It's got an Iron Giant kind of vibe to it. I like to think of it as kind of like a Shadow of the Colossus kind of enemy, because you're going to see the characters all jump up and get on top of it to get to its weak point, which is a feature in Shadow of the Colossus, which is pretty nifty. These cinematics are really cool. For speedrunning purposes, you're supposed to be failing certain inputs, but I'm just I just if there's a button input on the screen, I just can't not push it. So I'm gonna have to train my brain to not complete every single button push and figure out which ones I have to fail, because the sequence or the animation is quicker. I've been told by somebody that that's similar in the 16 speedrun. If you fail certain cinematics, it's like a few seconds time save. And it's so negligible at this point, and I just like getting the cinematic action perfect thing on the screen. It makes me feel happy. And also, you get, for getting a perfect cinematic action, you get monster adornments. And honestly, I want monster adornments because I want to put something weird on Chi-Chu. So, why would we fail them? We're having fun.
They do look pretty awesome.
We're gonna make Chi-Chu pretty too. Everybody's gonna have something fancy. So, Alyssa is in the sequence. That's Alyssa. Her hair is so cute. She's a new character to the 13 trilogy. She's introduced in this game. She's got, again, a pretty dark kind of backstory that's intertwined with the original game. This game deals with paradoxes and kind of like things that happen out of time. And there's a gravestone over there that we located for her. And in the original game, there was the Purge, which is the kind of instigating incident for nearly all of the characters in 13. The Purge is everybody getting shipped off to Pulse because they were in contact with a fal'Cie, I believe, a Pulse fal'Cie. And she, depending on what's going on, was potentially on the train and died, but then she didn't because of time compression paradox shenanigans. So she's not sure whether she's dead or alive. She's going through something right now. So she's kind of, with all the time travel aspects going on, she's got her head a little bit scrambled. So you kind of feel bad for her. So this is the fragment or artifact, and these are the fragment artifacts that we use to unlock gates. There's, when you go through the menus, there'll be a little kind of section where you can see how many fragments you can find in a level and how many you have found. They're like they look like little flames, and they're coloured in orange if you've got them. So it'll be like there's 5 on this level, they're greyed out. When you get them, they go orange. So we're hopping back in and we've opened up another gate, which takes us to another place in time and space, floating through the Historia Crux as we do. And yeah, we're just gonna go pick up another fragment now, which we couldn't do before. So yeah, we're going back to Bodden. You can see that one of those was, if you blinked, you can see that one of those is is orange because we found a fragment there to get out of there, and that's just an element of the game. There is a massive map in the top right corner of all the different gates that you can open up, and it does look like and it's filling in like a jigsaw. But as I said, we're just going to take one very straight line through the map, through time and space, and not go to half of the locations even. And there's a lot to discover in this game. There's a lot to explore. And as I've said, it goes weird and it goes hard and it's kind of fun. I really like it. It's definitely worth trying. If you haven't ever tried it, definitely give it a go. It's worth exploring. It's fun, I swear.
But we
It's
just
definitely
got
got
to where
a
we started, so you know.
yeah.
I'm starting
So we're
to
just
get
gonna
a little bit dizzy now.
So we're gonna go and pick up an item which we couldn't do before because we didn't have Mog's reveal ability. You can see him doing it here, and that is the fragment. This is an alpha core, and then we're just gonna leave. That's all we needed. So yeah. So, and then we're gonna go back to the Brush of Ruins and pick up the next fragment. I swear this is the quickest route to do. So yeah.
How dare they make a game where you can't completely take everything from the area the first time you go through? Just bad planning.
It is. But it
Everyone
also
loves looting.
encourages you
Go and
to
loot as much as you can.
explore, and yeah, it opens up new abilities so you can explore more, and there's going to be a point. So what we've just picked up is a graviton core. And there's a point in the game where you need to, so there's 7 graviton cores in the game. And at some point, somebody's going to ask you to pick up 5. And we're going to stand there and go, we already did that. So we're just going to hand 5 over to them immediately. Rather than, because the game expects you to have only just heard about this phenomena, they expect you to go back and like look for them. But we were just going to stand there and go, already got them. So that's kind of like part of the speed run. It's kind of picking everything up that you need before you actually need it, because you can reveal items before you actually... Where is my Mog?
I am loving these chocobos.
Yeah, me too.
They're huge. So this is beta, I believe. So we just got 1. So we've got 2 out of 5 already. We are gaining. So we've got enough Geeshell greens to last us for the rest of the game, hopefully. You can see these beautiful golden chocobos. We do use them every now and again just to save some steps. And later on, we're going to encounter some crazy chocobos.
Yes.
I hope you're all ready for that, because it will play the crazy chocobo theme. It's less than a
Sad thing
minute.
is, from our point of view as hosts, we can't hear your game audio, so we don't get the crazy chocobo theme, but we will be there in spirit for sure.
I'll be singing it in my head and doing the theatrhythm inputs in my brain.
We better all be headbutting. We better all be headbutting. We better all be boogie. Much like we save the animals, we will save those crazy chocobos. It's quite late in the run. Thank you, Cosmo. So for anybody who's not aware, I have my own Discord, and I have a very lovely little community there, and they chose this hat for the stream. I said, I'm doing Spring Smash. I'm first. I'm leading the charge. It's a big responsibility. What hat should I wear? Because I have a lot of hats.
This reminds me of
Leading us into battle, you need the appropriate headgear. I completely agree.
This is what these ruins are.
My
Tried
community
wearing
chose
belts
the
around your
frog
head.
cap.
Yeah, I do know somebody who did that.
It's locked up inside the cave.
Whatever.
Appropriate headgear.
Learn about the world below us. Our scientists
So yeah, thank you to my community for helping me decide something very important. In this area, there are behemoths. If we get into a fight with one, I'm just gonna let it kill me. So there's these like torches that kind of stop you from getting encounters. But we want this chest over here, so we're going to be in the dark corner for a bit. The speedrun kind of says that you should kind of hug this left wall to kind of avoid getting hit. You can manipulate your environment to prevent getting hit, and I did that perfectly. If you do get into an encounter, you can just get smashed in the face and then retry. So, but you can like use the environment. They can't like jump over certain things and can hug a wall and just it's quite.
Hugging a wall is harder than it sounds. From 10-2, I can absolutely attest to this.
Yes, this I know as a person who has run a variation of the 10-2 run. I haven't done the hard as nails run like Janini has. I've done Creature Creator with booty shaking brother.
No, absolutely cursed.
So cursed.
Yes.
He's got a booty and he's got to shake it. So this next fight is actually really scary. So I'm probably just going to kind of shut down and concentrate. So if you guys have anything that you want to kind of talk about or promote, then feel free, because I'm going to put my focus hat on.
So whilst there's a serious focus going on from Hammy here, just to remind everyone what's going on here. So obviously we are the Critical Hit community, a fairly new community of like-minded gamers, speedrunners, casual gamers, variety gamers, and just Twitch watchers. Literally inviting everyone from everywhere. We've come here together to showcase a range of our members' passions, their speedruns, their challenge runs, everything that they have that they want to show us. We've got over 50 showcases to bring you over the next 2 and a bit weeks, I think. If my maths is good, probably not. And all of this is going towards Blue Cross UK, which are a fantastic animal charity that provides so much support for both pets and abandoned animals. And that ranges everything from medical or veterinary care to rehoming costs, to supporting pet owners, to even things like pet bereavement services to help the humans recover from losses, because anyone here who's had a pet knows what it's like to be away from your pet, whether it's short term or long term. As a dog owner myself, I get itchy when I'm away from my dog, so it's a wonderful service they provide to people. They really are there to support the animals mainly, but people as well, and it's really good that we can support them and raise money for them. Every donation does count, whether it be £1 or £1 million. Like, every little bit is going to go towards them and help those animals. So it's great to have people like Hammy bringing us this run so that we can put this on, all get together, have fun and raise money. Just hope that you all enjoy it. And if you want to know more about what's coming up, do check out the schedule. We've got lots coming up, including runs immediately after Hammy's. We've got 2 more coming up tonight.
We survived. Oh my gosh. Okay.
GG.
So that's
GG's
one of
on the focus there. I hope we didn't distract you talking there too much. But
No, you didn't. I appreciate it. I appreciate the moment of calm. Because when I have a habit of talking and distracting myself, to be perfectly honest. And so
you're
that fight is probably the first.
You know you know the run better than we do, that's for sure. Because obviously you can speedrun it. That's why you're here. And you are explaining pretty much everything that you're doing as you're going along, which is difficult. I struggle to do that personally when I'm speedrunning. I don't mind talking about something in advance, but when it comes to that section, I can't have any distractions. I can't be talking or anything like that.
So I think there's only like a few moments where I'll probably need to zone out. But I will say that most of the time when I'm speedrunning on my channel, I just never stop talking. And I think I could probably get a good time if I just shut up. But
and I didn't distract you with other things.
we just talk about everything and anything, and if I'm not talking, I feel like it's like radio. I can't have dead air. I will be talking pretty much constantly. So, but if I did shut up and I did look at my notes every now and again, I'd probably be a much better speedrunner. But my philosophy when it comes to speedrunning is I speedrun to have a good time, not necessarily to get a good time. Getting a good time and PBing is obviously
It's a really
wonderful,
good philosophy
but
to have.
Absolutely.
you know, it's just, yeah. I think it's more fun if we're just having a good nice time. We're streaming, we're doing it online,
I can think of
we're doing it with
at
people,
least
aren't
one
we?
streamer that I wouldn't know personally in any way, shape or form and isn't called Loopy FF7 that could probably take a leaf out of that book. Stream because it's fun and you enjoy the game, not because every second counts. It's very hard as a
Yeah.
speedrunner though, it's instinctively and naturally competitive, but it is good to remember that sometimes we do this because it is fun. We like the challenge, it gives us a new spin on games that we might have played
Yeah.
before casually. And it is good to remember that. Hammy has the right philosophy here.
For sure.
And I think streaming on Twitch and doing it with people, and you know, it's a community effort, as you guys know, because you obviously have created a beautiful community for everybody to hang out in. And I think it does say a lot that we're not doing this alone. There's always somebody there, even when you're doing it. It might feel like you're alone, but there's always at least somebody watching, somebody listening. Somebody's always there. And I think especially when we've got a community like this, it's a good way to kind of bring people together. And yeah, I'm getting all mushy gushy, but it is a lovely way to kind of just show everybody
Yeah, I love
how
it
it
as well.
works. Yeah.
I'd applaud it, but I also want to applaud that menu because you were talking with the
Oh, I messed
honestly
that up.
very, very nice, kind words, and that's great. I totally agree. But you were also executing what looked like a fairly difficult FF10 sphere grid-esque menu with ease, it seemed. So I'm quite impressed. That's a GG from my point of view. It might have been an easy menu from your point of view, maybe. But having never seen the menus of this game, that looked like doing the sphere grid quickly whilst having a completely different conversation. That was impressive, Hammy.
That doesn't.
I mean, that is one thing that I have gotten pretty good at, which is talking and speedrunning. So that is my genuine skill. And if that is a skill, I will take it. Okay, we just want this guy's crystal. I don't think we got it, so I'm going to retry. So there's a little trick here where you can stand on this rock and they won't be able to hit you if you get on the rock in time. So you can get a preemptive, but we didn't, so. I was standing on the rock and I did get the preemptive before, but yeah, so we want the Gahongas. We want the Gahongas crystal. So again, this is the RNG moment in the run. If you play on PC, there is a mod, there's a drop mod, which means that if you have a fight, you will get the crystal. So yeah, I'm not getting these preempts, but yeah, the drop mod means that if you have a fight, it will drop the crystal in the first instance. So that would speed up your speedrun, because right now we're just basically just trying to kill this thing and see if it's going to give us its Gahongas. Let's see. So you know that you get it because there's an animation where a crystal floats into the air. So yeah, we stand on this rock here and then we can get the preempt. That is something that other speedrunners have taught me. And as I've said before, speedrunning is an opportunity to meet new people and find a community and learn new things. And have I said that before? If I haven't, I'm saying it now. And it's lovely. And I feel like it's always delightful to meet new people and share a passion. And as I say, Critical Hit community is a good place to start if you're new to it and you... I've lost this encounter. Oh, it's gone. It's like, no, I'm not doing that anymore.
Got distracted, ran away.
Yeah, it ran away. So that's not the Gahongas. That is a Gahongas, so it is the same encounter, so it's fine. But again, we are just literally, we don't want Gandiacs, we want the Gahongas. Give me the Gahongas.
I'm trying my best.
Go on, let it out. Okay, yeah, there's that crystal animation that we were looking for. We got a good angle on it there. So yeah, that's the last RNG heavy element of the run. Obviously, there are locations where encounters can be quite a nasty RNG element, but catching the 2 monsters at the start in the first hour or so of the game is the main kind of like RNG element of this run. So we're gonna put the Bukahongas in our party. We're just gonna wedge it right in the middle there. I'm just trying to see if I can goad Janini into saying something naughty. She's holding firm.
And I have reminded all of our runners, commentators and hosts that this is a charity event. However, all of us are speedrunners and we have our moments. I think that's understandable. And there are certain jokes, I think, within reason, as long as we're not being super offensive about it, are quite acceptable.
I would never be
Please
offensive on
entertain
purpose.
as you would, Hammy. Because we love you for it.
We do have, I feel like I do have a little bit of a naughty sense of humour. I think that's why me and Janini have found that we get along so well. So we like a little bit of innuendo.
Her naughty sense of humour.
That is because you are a good boyfriend.
I cannot confirm nor deny that statement.
No. I would never.
Hammy is never.
So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Dr.
So,
Java
yeah.
has summarised it there. Hammy is never, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Yes.
we are now going to go into the Sunless Waterscape, which is 300 years into the future, guys. And
It's a long
it's
way.
actually it's a similar location to what you guys all have seen in 13, but it's
Glorified
slightly
loading scenes,
different.
right?
Yeah, it's some, you know, they've taken, I wouldn't say there's any many completely new areas. They've reworked a lot of areas. The one that we were just at, the Yashjaz Massif, it's a location in Pulse on the original game. They've just made it a bit bigger and they've just stretched it out, but they've used like the bones of an area to kind of, it's where there's quite a lot of Seath stones. And they've just kind of stretched it out and made it a bit more fancy. But it's interesting seeing how they've reused certain assets. Now this is... We're going to meet someone.
Wow.
I don't know if you guys know him, but he's not wearing a bandana today.
Question mark, question mark, question mark. That's very, very ominous. Question mark, question mark, question
Could it
mark.
be?
It's never had good things happen.
So yeah, we're just throwing out some magic right now. We want our debuffs and we want our buffs. I have made a fatal error. I have only got bravery. I have not got faith. So this is going to get interesting. So Snow just comes in. If we die to this fight, then I'll just do the menu afterwards. The one thing, if you do die to a fight, it will just give you the menu that you need to immediately kind of fix whatever went wrong, which is quite nice when you're speedrunning.
Because, yeah.
It's like, oh, you messed that up.
I remember running into Seymour in FF10, having not changed my weapon, and then it wouldn't let me change it. I couldn't go into the menu, I couldn't do anything, and then it's like, okay, I'm testing you softly.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between this run and other speed runs. You can make a mistake, and as I've just said, I didn't have faith in that fight, but I managed to make it look, I mean, if you hadn't known, you wouldn't have known, because I hadn't said anything. But it's quite a flexible run. It's there are fights that you need to learn. So that fight before where I said, please be quiet, I'm going to be quiet, I didn't tell you to be quiet, I told you to talk, but that fight's probably the first proper skill check on the run. And it took me quite a long time, but once you get it, basically the fights just require that your inputs are fast, and as we're speedrunning, you kind of just... I didn't think very much until I realised, oh yeah, I just need to do it really fast, and then suddenly it all clicked. So you learn the fights, you learn the inputs, comes muscle memory, but a lot of the fights are basically just doing the inputs, doing them fast, and you're not punished for making mistakes in a way like in 10. Like if you've missed a node at a certain point, you can't go back, you're done, that's it, end of run. It's nothing like that. The Crystarium, you can, if you've got a few extra levels, you just level up as much as you can, and obviously get a bit of a strength bonus. Like the numbers in my notes are like guidelines rather than expectations. If you can get a few extra levels, do it, and then your damage output is better. For marathon strats, I will be probably near the end kind of just throwing a lot of extra. If I've got CP, I'm just going to throw it into different roles and just kind of buff myself up, because it does not punish you for being over leveled. So it's a nice run, it's a forgiving run, it gives you a lot of leeway, and I think it's a nice one for, like, if you're not familiar with speedrunning but you like this game, or you're interested in running 13, it's a really nice one to learn. There's only one fight that I would say is really difficult, and it's been pointed out to me that fight is the most similar to a 13 fight, and I'm like, oh. Suddenly I'm like, 13, that they're like, yeah, nearly every fight's like that, and I'm like, oh. Oh, that's hard. But every other fight, as long as you put your input, as long as you learn your inputs, do them fast, you're probably not, and you know how to kind of like roll with it. It's got a flexibility, it's quite a malleable run. You can do what you need to do with it, and it's a nice little run. And as I say, it's like less than 4 hours when you get the hang of it. Obviously, I'm expecting to do it in a little bit more than 4 hours because I'm still learning. And PS3, well, let's be honest, my PS3 is old, so it's I still haven't got faith, so I don't know why I'm doing that. But yeah, it's just slow for reasons like that, but I think it's taken me 2 or 3 months to learn it, and I'm at a point where I'm quite happy with not making too many mistakes, and so it doesn't take too long to learn. It's not a punishing run. It's fun. Anyway, we haven't got to the thing that I find the most frustrating about this game. This guy. Snow's in this game. Snow's the worst in this game. But yeah, that's the only thing I find annoying about this run. Snow. Right, so we didn't level up Gahongas, so we need Gahongas to be level 6 so we can get Faith. Faith is a buff that we're going to use quite regularly. So basically, Gahongas is there for 2 reasons. Casting Faith when we're in the Ravager role, and it's synchro ability. So all the monsters have their own roles, and they also have a special ability that you can use. It's like an overdrive. You can power it up and then use it, and then you have to wait for it to power it up again. You can't just spam it. And we kind of quite strategically use these overdrives, and then obviously you'll continue to use the monsters and it'll power up, and then you'll have it ready for the next time you need it. We can't use it in every fight, but we do use it quite a lot. And Gahonga's special move just basically I guess it's like an Aegisol or a Fortisol. It just throws out a load of buffs. So it's very useful. So we use it in quite a few fights if we just need buffs. Huge Gahongas. Huge power up from the Gahongas. He just shakes. He actually does a dance. It's a fanatical dance. And I keep seeing the Gahongas in the 13 run now, and they just jump out of anywhere, and I just go, oh, it's a Gahongas. And they have different names, obviously, because it's a different game, but yeah. So yeah, in this one, you've just completely missed everything that's happened in here, but I'm just going to spin around. It's the Colosseum.
Ooh,
some guy comes along and says...
The confusion AF has started. We
So
don't
this
know
is the
where we
Colosseum. We don't know where we are. In this one, it's basically we just turn up, some guy shouts at us, and then we leave. We get our fragment and we mosey on out of there because we're never going to go there again. He is the guardian of the Colosseum, and the Colosseum is a place where you can fight various characters. You know who you can fight in the Colosseum? Jill Nabat. You can actually see Jill Nabat in combat. And if you guys know how I feel about 13, you'll know that Jill Nabat was a character that was massively underserved. She was built up as a boss fight. She had Lulu's voice. She was beautiful to look at. She featured in quite a few of the trailers. And she's what is known as totally wasted potential. But anyway, you can fight her in the Colosseum. You can fight Gilgamesh, who is the most difficult boss fight. And you can fight Lightning as a Valkyrie. You can fight any character that you want. And if you fight them, there's a chance that you can get their monster crystal and have them on your party. So if you wanted Lightning on your party, that's the way to get her, as a monster crystal. I think her role, I don't know which one her role is. I think it's like Calm or Ravager, but yeah, you get Lightning. I had Zaz. I put quite a lot of hours into this game, so I got most of them. Jill Nabat had the same voice actress as Lulu, I believe. So we've just got the throw ability. And this is me demonstrating it for you.
This is me looking away.
We're going to use this ability a few times. You'll see him over there. He's getting me a treasure chest. He really likes it. Honestly.
I mean,
He makes all these terrifying...
when you do it.
Yeah, it's not a cannon. He's actually doing something. And he does this little animation where he looks left, he looks right, he looks up and down, and then he goes, I've got it. And then he comes back to you. And it's agonizingly slow when you've thrown him to the wrong location. And he comes back with like 1 gil or something. But there is an old speedrun technique to get him back to you if you realise that you've thrown him in the wrong location. You can just change the leader in your menu. And if you change the leader, you've got a different character on the screen, and he just appears right next to you. So we take advantage of that if we do a throw wrong. Speedrun techniques, as I've said. And the one thing about this game which is different from 13 is that you can change your leader, because in 13, I think one of the mechanics that everybody got annoyed with was if your party leader died, that was game over. But if your party leader, if the one that you're controlling dies, you just switch straight to the other one. So that is a very nice addition to the game. It's like they fixed something that people said was wrong. They listened. I appreciate that. But yeah, like I say, you can change the leader. We in the speedrun will change between Sarah and Noel depending on their abilities and which ones we need at any given time. So lightning. Noel's abilities are like arrow and blizzard, and Sarah's abilities are more fire and thunder based in the Ravager role, and obviously we do predominantly use the Ravager role for both of them. And then if we're using Commando, we're probably just going to be using Ruin. So yeah, depending on the fights and depending on how we're leveling up, we will use different characters for different situations. What's wrong with my hat?
So we just had a couple of issues with some technical behind the scenes stuff, but we're all good now. So
basically, we have a kind of green screen going on. You've probably seen it yourself with the OBS that you see that you're streaming from, and your hat colour is incredibly similar to our green screen.
Green.
So our green screen was green screening your frog hat. And I wanted to fix it because we wanted to see the hat in its true glory. So
this is why I shouldn't be wearing the frog hat. It's evil.
No, the frog hat
it's
is
pizzazz. It's truly
I
bizarre.
also do need to announce a little quick donation that came in whilst we were having that bit of mess around there. In that
No
Hat's
problem.
Fruitcake has donated. I don't know who Hat Fruitcake is, but Hat Fruitcake has donated
Oh, no.
£25 towards your campaign. It's not towards any of the bid wars. It is just straight to your campaign, with the comment "Hamfru Smilers." So thank you very much for that £25 donation towards Hammy's campaign.
Thank you very
You are
much.
supporting
I
animals
really
and supporting
appreciate
Hammy.
it. Supporting the frog hat.
And the frog hat that we can
yeah.
see in its glory now.
Yes. Yeah, so on my channel we have a hat fruitcake redeem, and I will wear any hat that is requested. And it's just gotten to a point now where just everybody requests the frog hat.
Except me.
It's become its own thing, except for Janini, because I do have a chocobo hat, which is a Final Fantasy VII merch hat. It's official because I've never taken the tag off, and everybody makes fun of me for that as well. But yeah, and I've got a Moogle hat, which is a Final Fantasy XIV one, and that one was from my sister actually. She bought me the Moogle hat. I think it was a birthday present.
Let's go exterminate some pests.
We should
So yeah, we do menus when we jump off cliffs in this game because it's swag.
It's time to
we've
come
managed to
back
get-
again! Where we switch the charm angle off, because we don't need that no encounter armor when we're going into a boss fight. We need stuff that's going to make us strong.
search somewhere in this area, I guess.
Strong. You know. So Janini's gonna have to look away at this point because I am going to fight a chocobo and kill it.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Sorry, Janini.
We do not kill the chocobos. Chocobos are
And
friends,
yet
not food.
I am. It's not taking it very well, if that helps. Jesus, chocobo, please.
He seems to be a little bit agitated.
He's not happy. He's not taking it well. If I die to this chocobo. So yeah, you can see me com buffering. It does get easier as the game goes on because you'll see that the animations for the later spells have got a lot more leeway for your com buffering needs. So we're just kind of taking advantage of the fact that there is like a nice big animation for when Blizzaga happens. And it's going to be quite useful in the next boss fight, which is the next, honestly, quite scary fight. So that is going to be another moment where I'm going to clam up and go, "Roar!" and grit my teeth and hope I actually succeed at looking like I know what I'm doing. But yeah, that chocobo was a mean chocobo. Janini obviously told him we were coming.
Yep. Yep, I announced everything.
Okay.
So yeah, we're just going to do this. So we're handing in, so this area is the arc light. I don't know, people always say it differently. It's spelled arcilt, but I always called it arc light. This is the step, and these are all hunters. And we're going to do a couple of little missions for them. And this next mission is right annoying. We have to go find some fluffy little sheep and steal their wool and bring them back. And this is where Mog comes in, because Mog is kind of like catnip for these freaky little sheep. So we're just going to throw him out there, and then they all just kind of run towards him, which is odd, but it's what they do. They love him. So that's one.
I'm not quite sure I
and
can
as I've
endorse
said,
this plan.
okay, yeah, it's not happening, right. Trying to avoid getting an encounter. He's running away. He's fell down a cliff. Oh, Jesus. Right, so we've gone way out of bounds because we're supposed to throw the Moogle and they're supposed to kind of clump together by one spot, and they've gone in the complete opposite direction. And the other one is the way, way, way over here. You can just about see him kind of moseying about in the background. But it's fine. I think in my PB, which isn't the best PB, I did get very confused at this point. Yeah, he's like, what's that Moogle doing? They love it. I don't get these sheep, man. But yeah, so that's the 3 tufts of wool. That's probably one of the one things that when I started the speedrun, I was like, how am I supposed to do this? And again, it's one of the things that you just learn how to do. You're like looking at this massive expanse going, where the flipping hell are these sheep? But yeah, we're okay. She's got her wool. So we're now going to go fiddle with some levers. He didn't get that chest before, which was quite cheeky. We're throwing him even though it's like 3 feet away because we're saving steps. If you get into an encounter or if you do anything else, it just resets the throw so you don't get the chest. He's very easily distracted, is Mog. So we're going to pull some levers over here and it's going to change the weather, which is going to make our boss encounter appear. So what's going to happen is we're going to fiddle with these levers and we're going to make it sunny. And then on that platform over there, you're going to see a very scary looking dragon. But if it's super duper sunny, like it's going to be now, a giant tortoise is going to be walking in front of that dragon, which is materialized here. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it a bit cloudy now, just so that there is no giant tortoise walking there. And yeah, so the game doesn't tell you this, and if you weren't doing speedrun notes or if you weren't actually aware that he would stay there when it's overcast, you would just be running at a giant tortoise that would kill you every time and you wouldn't be able to progress the game. So that's one of those things that I don't think I knew it when I was just casually playing it. Because obviously you make the dragon appear and then you're like, right, okay, let's go fight this massive dragon. But if it's sunny, giant feet are going to appear in this section and you're not going to be able to get past them without getting stomped on by, as I've said, giant tortoise. So that is one of the quirks of the game. And this is a scary fight, so I'm just going to concentrate real hard right now.
Mealtime.
So what we're basically saying is we need Great British weather to proceed with the speedrun.
Yes. So the start of that fight, you'll see
Schizophrenic, but
we
miserable.
it's got to be a little bit miserable in order for us to succeed. So the start of the fight just requires some really specific timing. So when he jumps up, you want to go into your sentinel roll to buff the damage. And then when he's flying away, you want to get the faith status on him before he lands back down on the floor, where you go back into sentinel to buff the damage from him landing. It's quite scary. So learning that fight is quite, it takes a little bit of, it's a bit tricky, but once you get it, it's
sounds
relatively
like
straightforward.
It requires very specific execution, but when you pull it off and the boss goes down very
Yeah.
quickly, you're very satisfied with yourself.
Yes, so it's one of those boss fights where I just spent days, like my husband will tell you, I just spent days in front of the TV going, right, dead, try again, dead, try again, dead, try again, dead, try, and hours, days even, that one and the one that I previously went quiet for. And it is just literally execution. I'm
That's
going
a
to make
little
sure that I'm
point
not
there
going to the wrong location.
let people know. I mean, lots of people watch speedruns, and of course many of the watchers that we have are speedrunners themselves, I have no doubt. But those that watch speedruns, what you see on stream isn't necessarily the amount of work that's gone into that stream. Like, the grinds on
Yeah.
doing one boss for hours at a time. We don't stream that because it would be so boring for people to watch.
Yeah.
But we go through that
Yeah.
so that because we want to be able to do a whole run. And the grinds that go into these runs to get them even just to finish, let alone even considering like top 10 times, for example, the grinds involved in
Yeah.
speedrunning is insane. It really does.
It is,
It's a
and I
testament
think
to when people come together like this to put a showcase together, just how much work collectively each person has put in, even to be able to do this in the first place. You're talking
And I
about
do
one
think it
fight
says-
being precise in a 4 hour
Yeah.
speed run. Like,
So there's more than one boss fight that scares me, and I think it's like that one, the one before, and there's going to be a couple later on which do scare me. And so far, I'm genuinely jazzed that I haven't made any silly mistakes on them. But I think it's kind of like you say, you put so much time and you put so much practice into them, and a speedrun is just learning a game so intimately that you can just do these actions and these moves and complete these battles, and it looks effortless, but it's not. It's obviously like terrifying.
And knowing how to fix it when it all goes a little bit wrong.
yeah, that's
Oh,
the
yes.
real test. Many people can follow notes, but it's what really makes people distinguished is those that can react on the spot, which I don't think I'm there yet. Maybe in one category in one game, but we see some of the runners that could just react so quickly to a situation. So that's another thing that, again, it just comes down to pure experience. So they've spent time grinding all of the individual techniques and individual boss fights, but then all of the backups, the mitigations, and knowing what to do at what time. I mean, you yourself, Hammy, are a Final Fantasy IX runner, which is renowned for that exact scenario in almost every fight. If the boss does this, if your health is this, do this, but if not, do this, or maybe this, and sometimes follow this route, but then follow this other route. And being able to know what you're doing in that situation as well, adapting on the fly in the speedrun is also crazy.
And I think that's what's interesting, especially about the 9 speedrun. It's more reacting. Like, so you'll see that the best speedrunners for Final Fantasy IX utilize the ATB weight in order to make sure that the enemy doesn't get as many moves as you do. And it's about kind of mitigating anything that happens and being able to roll with anything that goes wrong. And it's, definitely with 9, like watching a skilled runner just kind of roll with it and just keep going, even though it looks horrifying. But also knowing when a run is effectively done and being able to walk away from it and go, it's dead. Like if you go against Nova Dragon or Death Guys, and those fights are like disc 4 at the end of the run.
It's funny because I'm a booster runner, so Death Guys doesn't scare me in FF9, but funnily enough, not long before Death Guys you have Kraken, and Kraken in the booster run is a big problem because of course he counterattacks with
legs
and blinds you. And we use auto attacks in the booster run because they do 9999 damage. That's all very well and good until you're blind and your attacks miss. So even in a boosted run where you're cheating, so to speak, as many people would like to put it, it still becomes a really scary place right at the end of the game. So FF9 is definitely one of those runs that is very mean to people.
It does, it'll punish you.
Where are we
but
going now,
it feels
Hammy?
good when
We're
you...
confused again.
So we're going...
The Void Beyond.
We're going
I mean, I've
back.
been to the Void, I'm sure we all have, but the Void Beyond?
So the Void Beyond, we literally just skip all the cutscenes, and we don't really stay here for very long. But if you look closely, which I'm not going to let you in this situation because I'm just going to leave, you'll see that there is a crystal throne which Lightning has a nice habit of sitting on. It's really where Etro is kind of based. So it's one of these situations where it's Etro, the divine goddess of death. And again, with the gods and the mythology in this game, they are like unseen but powerful, and they do all these shenanigans, and because they're not actual characters that you get to know, they're just unseen forces that are beyond your comprehension. There's a lot of shenanigans like this where you're just like, what's going on? And it's just like, gods did it. The gods decided. The gods made a decision. And the one thing that kind of I found frustrating about 13 was that basically, that you had unseen gods in control of everything, and you had the space pope, and it was all very bleh to me. I didn't find it very interesting. But in this game, you may have seen him at the start. Caius is technically the villain. He's got the heart of chaos, which is also the heart of Etro, which does not make sense. But he's got a voice, man, and he's not a disembodied figure. He's connected to Noel. They know each other quite well. And he's a badass, and he's wielding Soul Edge, and he's got a really deep sensual voice. So yeah, they fixed another issue that I had with the OG 13 by giving us a villain that you can see and that you can understand, and yeah, it all makes it a better experience for me. I thought it was one of the things that they fixed. And he's got a really deep voice. I can't stop saying that. You're going to hear him soon. He's also got a fixation on a young girl called Yule, which Noel also knows. The three of them all go way back. And yeah, he's very tall and she's very short. That's all I'm going to say about it. But we'll see a cutscene soon. So there is an unskippable cutscene at the end of a fight. And because it's still in the battle, you can't skip it because it's technically part of the battle sequence. So it's just a little sequence between the three characters. And Sarah's there too, just kind of looking confused. But that is my toilet break. So we're going to do these puzzles, which, as you've seen, involve connecting crystals, and they're flashing on and off, and they're right annoying. Yeah, we love puzzles. They're annoying, but we only have to do them in this section of the game, and then after that, no more puzzles. So that helps.
Better than the cloister.
So yeah, it's better than anything in 10 for Cloisters of Trials. Yes. Because somebody pointed out to me, they were like, how can you not like the Cloister of Trials? And I was like, yeah, because the Cloister of Trials go on for ages. These don't outstay their welcome at all. They're done. Like, I don't have to spend ages, like, standing on platforms, rolling up and down God knows where. So, yeah.
Go left, go right, push in, take out. Do the hokey cokey.
I could only hold one spear, man.
Yeah, I have two hands, but I can only hold one item.
They never explain why.
We will see a little bit of that later on in the event, where we do have Jarakandra and the other half of the terrible, wonderful twins. Kagar,
oh yes,
who
the terrible
will be
twosome.
Doing a FF10 cutscene remover race. Check out the schedule for more details.
So yeah, I run 9 mostly. 9 is the Final Fantasy 9 is my run. I did try to run 10 and I got, 4 hours and 1 minute, so I need to go back and get sub 4, if anything. And I keep saying I'm gonna go back to it, but yeah, I'm a 9 runner in my heart. And then I learned this run after I decided that I didn't like the 10 run. And yeah, I'm going to go back to 10 at some point. it's just a different flavor of run, and I think that's the one thing that we can all agree is pretty cool about the Final Fantasy series. It's that if you don't like a speedrun, there's definitely a number somewhere else in the series that you will enjoy, because they're all so different and they've all got such different kind of mechanics and moods, I would say. I can't quite put my finger on what the moods are, but I think we'll figure it out together. 9 is definitely chaotic,
No problem.
because you genuinely don't know what's going to happen. But 10, I think as a speedrun, just requires that you follow the strict set of guidelines in front of you and don't deviate from them, which as a speedrunner myself, I'm terrible at. I do like a little bit of freestyle, and I think this run has got flexibility about it and a bit of like I say, you can roll with it and you can react to it and make your own kind of decisions, I guess, rather than reading a script. And that's a run that I enjoy, but I think everybody has different tastes and different attitudes, and I think 10 is such a popular speedrun because everybody loves that game, and speedrunning it in less than like 4 hours is so exciting and entertaining, and yeah, people love it, and it's got such a big community. But the 13 community is also really lovely too, and the 9 community is also, like, I've not come across any bad eggs in my travels through the speedrun universe at this point. I've got only good things to say. So I really hope that stays the way. Because as I've said on my stream, I'm not a drama person, so if there's drama, I tend to not get involved, or it just flies past me. But yeah, very chill. Trying to keep it chill. As I say, I speedrun to have a good time. I'm not bothered about the rest. But if we do get a PB, it's a lovely bonus. And it makes everybody super jazzed. And, like, I love to PB, because obviously it's lovely to have that feeling of achievement. And I think that's the good thing about speedrunning, that you do get a sense of achievement, and you get the numbers on the screen telling you that you've succeeded at something and you've done it faster and you've done well, which is nice. And it's a lovely hobby to have. Like I say, it's a lovely thing to keep. Like, as I've said, not on this stream, but I am a mother of 2 children who are very small, and they take up a lot of my time and energy. And speedrunning is a nice way for me to unwind. And that's what streaming and speedrunning is for me. And like you said, you do find that you put so much time and energy into learning the techniques and the methods and stuff, and it's really interesting, and learning gameplay mechanics and getting stuck into something. It's really fun. I enjoy it. I'm just rambling at this point.
Absolutely, because one of the
we
things
finished
that
that.
I find is that like if you've got a couple of different speed runs in your repertoire, but they're all quite similar, then it's basically like running the same game almost. Whereas where you've got different speed games that have got very different techniques, and you've got some that include weight tricking, you've got some that include stupid skips, you've got some that include...
She's talking about FF7 right there.
Well, no, that one was more aimed at 10, but,
Okay.
either or. I was also going to go on to mention ridiculous mini-games, thinking about Blitzball as well, but that could also equally be snowboarding on FF7.
Hey, I've got a 20
bonkers.
minute time save when I potentially, which I've yet to announce, the milestone runs, one of which is me doing FF7, 8, 9 back-to-back boosted, all 3 games back-to-back in one go. The problem with that is that it has FF9 at the end, and I have 20 to 30 minutes time saved by using the new FF7 Oceanfly skip in that boosted run, so it's almost a guaranteed world record, except that Tetramaster exists.
Yes, it really does.
I could save 30 minutes in FF7 and lose all of it in FF9
Yeah.
because of Tetramaster,
Yeah,
even in a boosted run.
I've got a 30-minute time save on Tetramaster in my FF9 booster run myself, so
I
yeah.
race your Blitzball with Tetramaster.
Oh man, I'm gonna hate saying this, but I actually really like Tetramaster.
I like it as a card game, to be honest. I'm with you, Hammy. I actually really like it as a card game. But in a speed run,
In the speed run, you
RNG
just don't
is
get enough
horrible.
cards for it. You
Much
just
like in a
don't get
casual
enough
run,
cards.
I like Blitzball.
Ugh.
I genuinely like Blitzball.
You can
as
go
a
off
minigame.
people.
I thought
Yeah.
it was good. Oi, you. Yeah.
If you can sack all of the Besaidor rugs, if you can just get rid of the Besaidor rugs and replace them all, then Blitzball's fun. But like the fact
As a
that you have to
game,
do that
they
match,
really thought about it, but when it comes down
Yeah,
to
it's
speed
got a
run,
lot
when the
about it.
AI is programmed to destroy you,
Yeah, that's not
it
fun.
doesn't help. You're
No.
literally
It's not,
fighting
yeah.
an almost scripted game that says you're meant to lose, but you need to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's grim.
basically.
That's basically where I stopped playing FF10 casually. Is I played that forced Blitzball game. I read that you have to play a lot of Blitzball to get celestial weapons, and I noped the hell out of it.
Yeah,
Never to play it again,
it's,
or so I thought.
it's Whackers, right? That you have
I
to do it
believe so.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like I say, once you get like some decent players, it's actually fun. Because you can just, level everything up and go for it and actually have a decent team. But the Besaid Oryx themselves are bad. There's a reason they've never won.
I mean, Keeper can't
So on
even
this-
catch a ball that was like thrown from the other goal. So, you know, yeah.
Yeah, he's terrible. Truly embarrassing. And Wacker's like, never won a game. And it's like, yeah, I can tell.
But hey, we're seeded.
Okay, that is over. Right, this is my toilet break. And I will be back in a moment. Yeah, sure, I'm down for that. Welcome in.
That's Caius. Or a version of Caius. I recognise that sword in the bottom. And he's looking very Kuja-esque, but just not as hot.
You do have a decent cruiser. FF9 is coming conversation. You don't have a full FF9 run in this event.
We do not.
So if there's any FF9 runners or FF9 fans that know FF9 runners, you know what you need to do here? You need to tell them to join the Critical Hit community. And for our next event, which will be sometime in the winter, I imagine, they submit an FF9 run, because we don't have FF9.
The timeline has already changed.
That seems like a spanking idea.
Saurus had an outfit malfunction. Absolutely. So yeah, again, whilst Hammy is away and we're enjoying this cutscene, let's not forget that we are here as the Critical Hit community presenting to you the Spring Smash 2025. We're here supporting Blue Cross UK, an absolutely amazing animal charity that support the care of sick, abandoned and injured animals across the country in the UK. Might not be your country, but animals are animals, they all need help wherever they are, and they take care of everything from the veterinary care to the rehoming to supporting the owners and the pets, rehabilitation. Like, they really do help all sorts of animals, not just your generic dogs and cats, but I can't prove this, but probably lizards, certainly horses, we saw that, other farm animals. Like, any animal, they will help it if they can, and they really do rely on donations from every source that they can get. Doing something like this where we're presenting all of our runners together, giving you a great variety of entertainment whilst raising money for animals. It's an awesome thing. Every little helps, whether it be £1 or £1,000. Every donation really will go towards helping those animals, and it supports our runners that are bringing you this showcase. So you're showing your love to the runners and to the animals. It's a no-brainer.
It is a no-brainer.
How
Thank
was
you.
your quick break? I hope you are feeling relieved and ready to smash the rest of this run now.
I am refreshed. It's so that is literally for anybody who's like toilet break kind of wary when it comes to speedrunning. That is literally the only break that we get in this run. So
Yikes.
and you miss out on Caius talking. Like I love Caius's voice, but yeah, when you gotta go, it's definitely the only opportunity you get to do a wee. So I actually can't see the timer, but I would say we're about halfway. Yeah,
About
I think-
146.
Yeah, so maybe 2 more hours to go. So yeah, it's a nice little spot. It's definitely right in the middle. There's gonna be. It's actually not that bad for a while now. This next split is probably one of the longer splits. Obviously, I don't even have my splits running right now, but we're just gonna be kind of mooching around, trying to pick up a few bits and bobs, and then we'll be
Only one way to find out.
yeah, it's a lot of mooching around for a bit. This is a bit of downtime in the run. We are just picking stuff up and kind of going into areas and looking for items and getting to the next location. Basically, we will get Chi-Chu, and then we will go to the next big area, big dungeon. So right now, this is kind of, you'll see it's 01XAF. So it's kind of like we've changed. So if you're keeping track, which I don't expect you to, the tagline of this game is: if you change the future, you change the past. Which is, if that's not time compression, what is? So yeah, the characters in this game are just basically like moving up and down the timeline and messing around with things, and it's generally just causing chaos, which the villain character Caius does not appreciate, because he also kind of moves around the timeline and he doesn't forget anything. And he gets a bit confused and he gets antagonized because he keeps seeing our characters popping up places and he's like, well, you're supposed to be dead, so what are you doing? So he keeps trying to kill us to prove a point. I don't really know. He's got an ego. But yeah, so Hope is here in this kind of like alternate dimension. It's not dark here now. They've just turned the lights on. So it's like the previous zone, perpetual darkness. This area, now that we're in a kind of changed version of reality, is light and bright and has sunshine. So, and Hope is messing with something that we've just looked at in the previous location, which was an Oracle drive. And in this game, the lore is that Yule, who you saw previously, she speaks in a very monotonous voice, and she's a seeress, and she basically, it's like, yeah, so the Oracle drive, she's a seeress. It kind of puts her visions on tape, basically, as far as I can tell. And as a seeress, every time she sees a vision of either a changed future or a version of reality, it shortens her lifespan. So she quite on the regular dies quite young. She's never really made it past whatever prepubescent age she looks like at this point in time. She's just constantly dying. And Noel, in his version of the end of the world, knew a Yule, and he fell in love with her. And Caius is also in love with her. It's so yeah, that's kind of the lore. That's how these people kind of know each other. So Caius wants to stop all the Yules dying. I'm trying to avoid this encounter, but I can't. If you don't run away in time, then you have to. You get locked out of the retry option. I'm just gonna kill them. But yeah, so how to explain the plot to this game? So yeah, there's one version of Yule that Noel loves, but she died because she has a habit of dying. And then kind of Caius loves all of the Yules, is the short version of it. And he wants Yule to just have a life, stop dying too early, and wants her to live a very long and fulfilled life. So he's just going to destroy all of time and space so that she doesn't keep having to see the future or the past or whatever nonsense there is. And that's what his goal is. He's just wanting to use chaos to destroy everything, to protect the woman that he loves, even though she looks 12. So that's he's got a motivation. And Noel also loves a Yule who died, but he thinks he can find her if he keeps looking about. So whenever you see a Yule, it's a different incarnation of the same girl. And one of them likes singing, one of them likes flowers, one of them likes various things. But so sometimes you'll hear like this creepy la 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 la, something like that. It's creepy, whatever it is. If you hear that, that's the Yule that likes singing. She's just creepy.
There's a Yule out there called Yeshore, so thank you very much for your donation, Yeshore, who has donated to change Noel's outfit to the Black Mage. And there is also a Chocobo loving nut job here. Hi, I have donated because I believe that Mog needs to have an outfit change because he's very, very sad dressed as a tomato, so now he's going to be a dog.
Okay, he's going to be a dog, right?
He's going to be a dog. Do that. And Noel is going to be a black mage, so when you have a moment...
Where is the dog? There you go.
Very much.
Thank you for the donations, guys. I really appreciate it. So yeah, this is Noel's black mage outfit. Sarah's a white mage. We're very unified in our... I don't know, man. That looks very tomatoey. That's the... whatever that is.
I know, but it has to be. Maybe this is a paradise.
So yeah, if you can see Mog, we're going to throw him, I think, soon. So you might be able to get a closer look at the abomination that is Dog Mog. What is that? So yeah, this is kind of one of the more frustrating levels in the game. It's just a puzzle. It's got, at this point, the encounters aren't too aggro, but there's going to be a point in the game where we're going to be running around, we're going to get lots of encounters, and we're going to be doing puzzles. So yeah, it's not great, but it is, yeah. It's part of the game. I never really know when I can skip some of these, because some of them you can skip, some of them you cannot. So it's just about figuring that out. Mog is weirdly like brownie coloured right now. Some of the Mog outfits are pretty creepy. So I've got like save files for boss fight practice, and I do have Mog in a different outfit on every single one. So there's a stripy one that's kind of creepy. There's the stripy one's kind of funny. Look at him, he's just a dog. There's another one that's kind of funny. We had him dressed up as a fashionista before, and he's just wearing shades and a nice little jacket. And there is a one where he's like, I don't know, is he exotic? He looks like he stepped out of Aladdin. He's wearing a little hat and a little weird outfit. That's exotic, according to the game. There's a one where he's a devil and he's kind of grey with little pointy horns. I won't spoil all of them because, like, obviously, if anybody wants to make any donations, please feel free. But yeah, the Mog outfits are cursed. That's all. That's how I'm gonna leave that. But also hilarious. So I have to do this. I feel like I've done this wrong. Yeah, no, it's 3 times. I need that. Help! Puzzles. Learning puzzles. The one thing about them is that they're pretty consistent. So you can just have notes written down and they are just the same every single time, which is pretty nice. But again, the encounters will kind of mess up your flow just a bit. Okay. It told me to force an encounter there. I didn't even force it. I just made it happen through sheer force of will. That must mean I'm on stabs. I don't even think that makes any sense though. And we're just going to activate this screen and we can leave here for now. But we will be back. And again, it's the same password every time. So we can skip these scenes. The lore of this place is kind of a bit confusing. Hope made it, is the short answer. Blame Hope. If something goes wrong in this game, blame Hope. So yeah, we're gonna go back this way now. I think in the original game they were pigs. I think the Moogles were. There isn't a beaver mog, but I think they were little piggies in the original game. Because they were pink, right? In answer to your question. Sorry, I'm only kind of like infrequently looking at chat, so if anybody kind of has anything to direct to me, kind of nudge the guys and they can tell me directly because I'm mostly reading my notes. So yeah, there's Dog Mog. I'm not gonna blame... I mean, Snow's not responsible for the fact that... no, Hope's not responsible for the fact that Snow never locked that down. But as somebody who has worked their way through the whole Final Fantasy XIII trilogy, I'm gonna die on this hill. I think Lightning and Snow make a better couple. But their unifying emotional connection is her sister, so it's not great. It's not great. But I just don't see... Like, Snow and Sarah just makes no sense to me. I'll never make... It doesn't make sense. Like, yeah. The way that Lightning punches Snow in the face repeatedly to get him to see sense, that's... I feel like that's a healthy thing. So yeah, again, we're just kind of dipping in and out through time and space depending on the level and the story. The next location that we're actually going to be going to is pretty fun. We're not sticking around, but there's the icy throne that Lightning has been known to sit on. Can have a look at it because we're waiting on Mog. That's the throne of Etro. Lightning has been found to sit on that. We just needed that chest and we threw Mog because we didn't want to use steps for it. But yeah, the void is mostly just cutscenes and us just running straight out. So we're just skipping cutscenes and leaving. But yeah, the next location is that we've unlocked is Serendipity. So there's some DLC here which we can't do because we have to go to a separate serendipity to actually do it. Serendipity has a DLC with SARS. You'll notice that SARS does not feature in this game, but he does exist in this game. And the reason that he exists is to play poker. His DLC tells you what he's been doing. Obviously, they're all just hundreds of thousands of years old at a certain point. And he's playing cards to save the soul of his kid. And we have to play a lot of poker. We're just going to talk to this cat lady and skip a cutscene and get a casino ticket. Yep. And then we're going to go in and we're going to exchange a couple of fragments for some enhanced abilities. There is poker, there is chocobo racing. You can race chocobos here. It's pretty fun. I don't really need to talk to you. She looks like Chocobo Kalina, but she ain't. So we've got two abilities. We've got Throw Mog harder and faster. And we've also got Haggler, which makes things sell at a higher price for our benefit. And then we just leave once I've customized this. So now we're going to go get El Chichu. He is the bowling ball of fear. So this is the thing that I mentioned. The way to obtain Chichu is literally by chucking the Moogle into a patch of red flowers on this map. Why? I don't know. I didn't know you could get him. Like, until I did the speedrun, didn't even know. Mog loves it. Don't feel bad for the Moogle. He was asking for it. He genuinely loves it. Don't feel like you need to defend the Moogle. The Moogle is into it. Okay, so we're gonna throw the Moogle. Dog Mog. Be free. I don't think I did it right. Has he got it? He got Chichu. Let's fucking go. We have the Chichu. So, yeah. Don't feel bad for him. He loves it. He does. Le Chichu. We has it. So, yeah, we're going into the back end of the run now. Chichu will replace Nekton, and we will be having my least favorite boss fight of the game. So as I said before, I practiced this fight over and over and over, and I'm like at a 50-50 as to whether or not I can do it. And I'm saying all this now because I'm hoping you forget and we just get through it and nobody noticed how scared I was. So, but yeah, we're just gonna do our best. So we're just gonna run back so that these guys attack us. This whole place is full of Seath. I am gonna sneeze. I am sorry. I have a little bit of the sniffles.
The power.
Hey, look, I'm pretty powerful. Yeah, we've already made the connection to Rinoa in this,
Who did this?
in the whole throwing of the companion. But we're not like Rinoa. We're nothing like her. We would never. Like, the Moogle doesn't explode. Let's just put it like that, okay? There is no explosions when we chuck him. He's safe. He's fine. So we just kind of bait those enemies to come over here, and then we're going to talk to Chocobocolina. We're going to do a little shop. So we're going to sell basically everything that we've picked up. I am going to hold on to that. And we're going to buy...
Who's closing things off?
I don't think it is a who. This is all the work of machines.
Okay, we're good for money.
Oh, thinking about...
This is a terrible angle. I'm sorry. So yeah, this location is pretty hard to navigate. Again, when you're learning the run, takes a lot of practice. But yeah, don't worry it does make sense. I promise I won't get lost.
Thank you, kind. I hope my...
They're taking up position in front of the wall.
So we're gonna go fight this fencer. We're actually doing pretty well for encounters at the minute. I must be on really good steps. So yeah.
That guy must have been the gatekeeper, huh?
Guess so. Now we know how to get past the rest of these barricades.
So we don't want to use attack because you'll find that we use ruin and obviously magic based attacks largely because of the fact that we're obviously leveling up Ravager to no end, but it's also because ruin means that the characters don't attack. If the characters attack, they're usually going to get too close to the enemies, and if the enemies are swiping away, they'll get hit. But because of the way that this game has, you've noticed that I've got little letters, so you can see it's aggression X. So we've set a lot of different, we've set up like, so you've got neutral, normal, mutual, wide, or cross. So that's kind of like the positioning of the paradigms, which isn't featured in the original. This is also a little fun feature that they've added to this game to enhance it for the player. So we mostly keep the characters wide, so they're kind of like out of the way of physical attacks. We don't want the characters going in and attacking, because if they run at the enemies and attack, they're closer to get hit. So we use ruin just because it means they stand still and they don't run at the enemies and get smacked about themselves. So I feel like that is something that is worth saying from like a speedrun knowledge perspective. And we've just thrown him at a chest, so he should be picking something up for me. Yeah. And then we run down here. And again, if we get into an encounter before he's picked up the chest, that just like breaks the you don't get it, basically. The animation doesn't follow through and you don't get the item that you were throwing for. So we'd have to physically run back up and go do that. So yeah, so if you see me using ruin, it's because, so the game kind of like as a default will do a very like a variation of attacks, and it will always go attack, ruin, ruin, ruin. So it like makes the character run right up to the enemy, do an attack, and then throw out ruins, because that's obviously the best move that they have, which is stupid. And you don't want to do that. But the game, like, as a default, will have the characters attack, and they'll get into hitting range. So we just manually will be chucking in ruins and manually inputting them to ensure that they don't run at the enemies. I know some things. So you'll see, and this is something from like a high level thing where you'll be doing certain actions to stop your other character from doing stupid things like that. So you'll want them to not be, so like especially in the early battles, you don't really, you have to mitigate the fact that Noel is going to jump up and attack the boss, even though you don't really want him to, because it's not ideal. So yeah, stuff like kind of manipulating the animations is part of the speedrun. I'm not very good at it, but kind of regularly swapping between paradigms kind of will do some animation cancels, I've noticed. I'm still getting the hang of it myself, but it is something that you will see in the notes. I know Janini's got a copy of my notes there. You can, it says RAC quite frequently, and that's ready animation cancel, because the characters, and it's something that they do in 9 actually, when you see people fleeing in like a fight, even though they can't escape, it's there to kind of cancel their wind-up animations. And it's in 8 as well. Obviously, they're always fleeing in 8 because you've got them in low HP constantly. So yeah, it's just stuff like these little bits of speedrun tech that kind of help you manage aspects of the game. It's funny, you know, because lots of people come and watch my streams, but I never really talk about the speedrun in any detail. So this is probably the most I've ever actually explained what I'm doing on a stream. So yeah, this is all like brand new information for people, because I just have a habit of talking about absolutely anything and everything. But I do tend to try and learn the speedruns and the stuff behind them. It's all very technical. But if anybody is genuinely interested in wanting to learn the run, I am happy to talk things through. I'm happy to try and make sense of things myself. I'm still learning. And I do think that speedrunning is, as always, a collaborative effort, and it's lovely to like do things together. So yeah, I'm not saying like y'all need to do this particular run, but yeah, I'm quite familiar with the 9 run and quite familiar with this run. Yeah, I'm professional this evening. I do say, I have said paradigms already. I did say it. I promise. But yeah, I've been told, you know, this is the first run of the Spring Smash. I'm putting my best foot forward. Pro streamer. I'm giving you guys content. I'm explaining the speedrun. I think a lot of, well, whoever is watching, this might be your first time seeing this run, and it is a really good run to learn. Like I say, it's a forgiving run, it's a fun run, it's one that, like, once you get the hang of, it's easy to learn, hard to master, but there is a satisfaction in it, and it's not too punishing, and it's actually genuinely fun. I have a lot of fun with it. I've found it to be very entertaining. I am losing this fight. If you do find that you're losing a fight, just change to a paradigm and just let them wail on you. Although somehow I might actually survive this. Don't have any Phoenix Downs, so that's good. Somehow we died. There we go. Mog doesn't look happy about that. But yeah, we every fight, even though it says game over, we just hit retry and we're just back where we started. It'll normally give you the same encounter again, but we're just actually going the wrong way down some platforms in this section. What I'm gonna do is, I normally remember to do this, but I haven't been using my buffs, and that's probably because I'm very nervous, so bear with. It's easier when you've got faith on you and can actually deal some damage. And for anybody who has run or played 13 and 13 Trilogy, buffs and debuffs are your best friends. If you can manipulate the buffs and the debuffs to your advantage, then you're already winning, because they literally do save your life. It's something to keep in mind. And we do utilize them very well, and I just keep forgetting to use them in these random encounters, because you can get overwhelmed in these random encounters. Okay, we're jumping, we're jumping. We're going the wrong way. We're gonna feed him until he's satisfied. We want him to be level 26, ideally. If we can do that, then we're winning. He's 25, he should be okay. Right, okay, so we need to actually infuse him with another little enemy. So we're gonna get Mini Flan to level 3. And then we're gonna feed him to Chi-Chi, which is nice because I actually can then, through the power of the menu, give him something funny to wear. Okay, and then we're gonna go into Zenobia. So we've got a couple of fights first before the big fight. Just a couple of encounters that we've already kind of more or less done. It's just these little flying lyssies. For anybody who's watched me do the speedrun, this next fight scares the Jesus out of me. So we'll give it our best shot. I got this. We got Chi-Chi. All powerful Chi-Chi. Thank you guys. So yeah, I probably will be shutting down like my talking. I'll be talking less in a minute just because I do want to concentrate. So I hope you can appreciate that. Sometimes I think my big mistake when I'm speedrunning is I feel like I need to talk even when I feel like I need to concentrate. So today, for you guys, I will concentrate because I want to show you what I can do.
We appreciate you, Hammy.
Thank you.
You got this.
Ah. Okay. Okay, so here comes the fight. No. Okay. It was terrible. But we survived. We didn't die, so
GG.
I'll take the win. I don't know what. I thought I hit that. Totally tilted. So it does say L. It wants you to use the L sticks, but the analog sticks, but you can actually use the directional buttons, which In that instance, the analog stick messed me up, so you can use the directions. We got through it. I'm not gonna complain. So ideally, you would want to kill him before he goes into his defensive stance and makes the arms reappear, but as long as you kind of manage your HP, you should be able to kill the arms and kill him again in the second instance. But a quick fight would be getting him before that defensive stance happens. And it is something that I do try and have practiced. And as I've said before, that's the fight that is most like a lot of fights in the 13 speedrun, because the thing that you're watching is the animations of all the other characters. So you're watching Chi-Chu use all of his moves, and you want to make sure that all the strings are completed, and you want to make sure that everybody's kind of doing like finishing off their moveset before you actually move on to the next one to get the maximum amount of moves out of out of the fight, because it's kind of timed on it recognizes where your ATB is and how many moves you've taken, so you have to kind of maximize your ATB in that fight and deal out the most damage that you can before it kind of goes south. It's a tricky fight, it's a fun fight, but it's very hard to learn, and I'm still practicing it, so yeah. I was very quiet there, wasn't I? Yeah, it's never gonna happen again, don't worry. We can talk for the rest of the speedrun. Even the final boss I'm relatively chatty about. And the final boss, if you're not aware, is very spooky, because it's not just one final boss. I'm gonna leave it at that though. Right. So we're just gonna get that. I feel like... and then we're gonna make Sarah the leader. So in this section, it likes you to jump on the tables because that saves some steps in our step count. And in this area, we're gonna be facing a lot of random encounters, and they're gonna be very aggro. So we want to be careful with our steps. Although me jumping on the table seems to take up more steps. There's this room with 4 screens in it, and it's random which one you need to select. And obviously, from what I've just done, it was the last one. I think in 10.2 it's similar to the pedestals. Yeah. We're gonna get Mog to get this chest over here. And Mog has a habit of bouncing off this NPC here and going off into the ether, so I just run straight up to it. I'm sure somebody with better aim than me could probably do it better, but yeah. Yeah, we got through it, and we didn't die, so we did it in one try, so I'm happy with how I managed that. I didn't break down.
Yeah, I can see them. Why did you think?
Okay, so we're just picking up chests in here. There's mostly just like money and things that you need to just pick up to get around. And we're gonna meet a familiar face in a minute. You guys might recognize her, but we have skipped most of her cutscenes. So, yeah, keep in mind, this is, I'm gonna say 300, maybe 200 years in the future. I can't even remember at this point. I think it's 200. We've been to the 300 one. We're gonna reveal the tower's secrets. So we're just gonna burn a load of steps by running back and forth there. And that is gonna be Caius. Caius is in the tower, the big bad. So we're just gonna chase him around for a little bit, just until we trigger some relevant cutscenes. He's just here, he's there, he's everywhere, as I've previously stated. If you watch Ted Lasso, he's Jamie Tartt. Not Jamie Tartt. Roy Kent.
Must be some way we can get.
It's a deep cut.
Why don't we just try the switch?
Yeah, I do talk about pop culture quite a lot on my channel.
Just a
I'm
sec.
currently working, because my chat keeps bullying me into it, I'm working my way through the Alien and Terminator movies now. I feel obliged. I've not watched them. I'm a bad cinephile. Well, I have watched the first ones of each series, and then I gave up and didn't go and watch the rest of them. So recently I've watched the second ones of Alien and Terminator.
Let's find
It's
out who shot you.
Terminators and A2. So we talked to Alyssa, and she's gonna reveal that she's a robot. Because it is, as I've previously stated, a couple hundred years into the future, and she kind of walks really slowly onto the lift. So while she does that, we need to pick up this item here. Now, I have mentioned that this run is very forgiving, but if you don't get that before you move up to the next floor, that's a run killer. So don't forget to do that.
Spirit is a
I
gift
say the
from
run's
God.
easy, but you do have to follow some basic rules, which is pick up the things at the right time.
With the freedom to make
And now
mistakes
she's
and
going to
grow to
sick
stronger
some monster friends on us, because
And we owe all
she's a
that to our
robot.
spirit. This way, please.
Is that not what I said? I knew what I was talking about. So yeah, we're going to be using a lot of comm buffering in the next few fights to kind of mitigate the damage that we're doing to these enemies. Chi-Chu is going to go ham because he's my bird, and you're going to see a lot of Chi-Chu victory screens coming up. But yeah, so the next few sections is puzzles. I'm quite happy to just concentrate on doing the puzzles and not messing up if the hosts and couch want to do some advertising and talking about critical hit, but it's up to you guys. I think my head's a bit scrambled now. I'll learn them. I know that there is one where it's like, one of them's got, they've all got weird names after two, right? Like they're not named normal things. I like talking about movies. Because I don't feel like talking about this dungeon very much, because it's boring. We can talk about movies if you want. But basically, I think the lore situation right now is we're going to find out. Well, we already did find out. I can't remember. I don't know if Alyssa revealed it, but you're going to find out that Alyssa and Hope made this tower for reasons that I can't remember, and they died here. They were killed by their own creation, and the reason why Caius got mad at us in academia and sent Zenobia after us is because he saw that we actually died in this tower a couple hundred years previously. So he believes that we died in this tower at this point in time. However, in it's not true, because we're here and we're alive. So we were in Academia 400 and we were alive. Caius freaked out and sent all of the Seath after us. Didn't like it. And then we come back here, and this is where we're supposed to die. So we're going to change the past to change the future, or some nonsense. So we change the future to change the past. So yeah. We're just going to make these rooms move around into a passage so we can move through them with relative ease. The encounters aren't too bad yet, but they will be. We don't want to get an encounter here, though. You get it? He didn't get it.
Just while I have my my window up in the correct place now, I've got too many windows and not enough screens. That is my problem today. So just to give you guys a quick taster of some of the runs that we've got coming up in the next 24 hours. Just going to clear my throat 1 second. Just shaking off the last little remnants of this gacky cold that's been going around. So I apologise if I miss one. So
I know that cold. I definitely got that one coming in.
It is absolutely grim. But yes, coming up just after this wonderful 13-2 run, nearly called it a 10-2 run, but didn't. Skipped it right at the end there. We have I'm Nightshade with Blaster Master on the NES, any percent, with some glitches in there as well, which is gonna be pretty cool. I've been watching him practice that a little bit, and that looks very, very cool. Then in approximately 4 hours, we have Master Mars with Dragon Quest III. Draki difficulty, any percent. I have no idea what that means. And if you don't, then stick around and find out.
Let's find out.
Indeed. Then we will have a approximately 9.5 hour break, and then at 2 p.m. British time. Sorry, the schedule has converted itself into my time zone, which is very, very helpful. I will put the schedule link up very, very shortly. We have our very own Cosmo Retro doing Mega Man X SNES. And there are some incentives that he has put down for that run. Then immediately after, because the man is a machine, Cosmo will run into Final Fantasy Mystic Quest full randomizer, so that should be a good one to watch. Then after that we have Snake Succumb with Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Again, not really sure about the eating of the pets, but you know, I'll withhold some judgment and see how we go. And then after that, I mentioned earlier, we've got that Final Fantasy X Any Percent True RNG cutscene remover race between Jericandra and Kagar. So that is what we have coming up. I will pop the schedule link if I can work Lupe's crazy Japanese
Snake Eater, I think.
There we go. And yeah, so that schedule there, it converts the times into your own time zones, which is very, very helpful for obviously we've got runners from all across the world contributing to this event, which we're very, very thankful for.
Don't eat the end's parrot, I swear.
Oh dear. I'll withhold judgment on the eating of pets. I'm not sure Blue Cross will be too
No, it's
happy
fine.
about that.
Chat is kicking off, man. So we actually want these crystals for these enemies. They're pretty easy to kill, but whether or not we get the crystal is another thing. So an Orion or a Dragoon, those yellow things, or the quite tall guys with the nasty, you'll see them. They've got like electric fingers. They come zooming at you. We want one of their crystals because they have an ability which is called adrenaline. So we will get those abilities on them, and then we will feed them to Chi-Chu. You'll find that I've already fed someone to Chi-Chu. I fed a mini flan to Chi-Chu. Chi-Chu will also eat either an Orion or a Dragoon. And I'm sorry, Janini, but later Chi-Chu's going to eat a Silver Chocobo. So these are Orions. Hopefully we'll get one of these.
No.
You never actually see the Silver Chocobo. Like, it's kind of... I've never actually looked at the Chocobo. I've just fed it straight to Chi-Chu. So I don't know if that helps.
Hammy. Oh dear.
I'm not going to look at it before I feed it. I'm not going to look it in the eye because, like, it's literally just to be fed. And it is another, it's another one of these monsters that you get by throwing Chi-Chu in a random location. So we will be throwing Chi-Chu to get the Silver Chocobo. And I'll probably get annoyed at it. I'm not going to lie. It's going to happen because he's bloody useless at finding that Silver Chocobo. Like, again, if I didn't do the speedrun, I would never know that this Chocobo was in this giant green globe that I'm going to be throwing him at. It's insanity. But the Chocobo has an ability which is called KO Surge, which is not the gym leader in Vermilion City as you would expect, but it means that he gets a power up if another character dies. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep Sarah's HP quite low, and we're going to let her die in some of the later fights, in the later boss fights, so that she can power up Chi-Chu. Her death will be a reward for Chi-Chu to power him up. Everything is geared towards making this tiny beach ball with dead eyes power up and kill things for us. So feed the Chi-Chu, appease the Chi-Chu. So yeah, it's fine. But yeah, again, we will have fed him quite a few things by the end of the game. He is a little demon, but we love him, and he does kill the final bosses for us. We just feed him and let Sarah die. It's just how we roll. Okay, I really do want one of these now. I don't want to go into final bosses without adrenaline, but I can do it. I just don't like it. We did do it before. I have been known to do it. I might force a couple of it. I mean, there's no point in forcing encounters in here because they're just so frequent. Okay, that's dead. I think we got, yeah, we've got the crystal. That's fine. No forcing encounters required. Marathon strats. So we did get an encounter while we were trying to get this random chest. I think it's just money, so it's not to worry. But if you get an encounter, then that cancels the throw and you don't get the item. But yeah, we want plenty of money. And again, this is going to be to buy materials to power up Chi-Chu. Everything goes towards feeding the Chi-Chu. He is a very demanding pet. Not a recommended pet. Get a cat or a dog. Support the Blue Cross. It's kind of like he always kind of, we've mentioned Nibbler before in a stream, but I think yeah, I think Chi-Chu reminds me of Nibbler from Futurama. Well, I'm glad, like, for anybody who's not seen this run before, it's a lot of fun and it's a different experience. And I know that, like, Final Fantasy speed runs are very popular, but it feels like one of those unsung ones that we don't get to see much of. And it's definitely worth checking it out because it's a fun little run. It's less than 4 hours. It's pretty straightforward to learn. And yeah, it's definitely worth the time. And we have a lot of fun running it. And I found that on the leaderboards on SRC that there's like a handful of runs that have been done over the past few years, like every now and again, but it's basically like everybody ran it when it came out and then it's kind of been forgotten about. So I think giving it a little bit more exposure is a nice is a nice thing to do. Trying out something different. And now we're gonna go upstairs, and I think we have got an Orion, so I can feed it to my Chi-Chi. So we're just gonna level it up until it gets Adrenaline, and Adrenaline is an ability which gives Chi-Chu a power up when he's got green HP. So yeah. Pretty sure it did that, didn't it? Is it? Make sure. 13. I'm just gonna make sure that I've actually leveled it up enough. Because I don't want to get this wrong. I feel like it didn't have the thing that I wanted. Yeah, okay, there it is. Right, I didn't actually have it. I almost did that menu wrong. But I corrected myself. No, I'm not infusing you. I'm infusing you. So yeah. You're gonna get Adrenaline. There we go. Almost did that menu wrong, but we saved it. I'm just gonna see if I can get him to... No, I can't get him to level 26. That's fine. So we're gonna be moving up to the top floor. We've pretty much done the worst part of this this dungeon now, the puzzles. We're gonna go into a fight with yeah, I can't use the PC port. I commiserate with that. I'm running this on PS3 because, yeah, I completely commiserate. See, it looks scary, but it wasn't. I knew exactly what I was doing there. Yeah. So yeah, we're just chilling, doing some 13-2. We're gonna go into the next boss fight, which is actually... I like to pick up these potions. You don't have to, but I think always having a couple potions, especially in this game, is really nice. This next one is called Proto Falsi, and believe it or not, Hope made his own Falsi. He made a mechanical god to run things. The Falsi went a bit crazy and upset the balance, and started killing everyone basically, which was bad. It was generally considered a bad thing because it killed him and everybody in this tower. And we're supposed to die here, but we don't because we're going to kill it because we have the knowledge of knowing that we died here, but now we're not going to die here. It's all very confusing. It's not cause and effect like you would think. So this is pretty straightforward. We're just going to get a stagger bar up and smash him in the face. Not that difficult. And again, Chi-Chi was basically just killing this thing for us. It looks bad when it's going to do that. I swear I know what I'm doing. I don't. he made it so that the Foul Sea just keeps on coming back. What's that about? Silly boy. At the end of this fight, there's going to be a cutscene and there's going to be an option. And if we skip the cutscene, we don't get the option. And if we don't do the option, we have to do that fight again, which is a time loss. And I think every speedrunner who's learnt this game has made that mistake. I'm not going to say if I've made it, but you know I have. So there's that. So this is a bit of a team up where they both use Mog to kill this proto-Foul Sea. Noel's actually better with a bow and arrow than Sarah is. I'm back. What happened? Did you miss me dying? I didn't die. You guys like to play ref.
Thanks to Mog, huh?
You guys play her up.
Okay, so we don't skip this cutscene. Otherwise, all hell will break loose. So yeah, the joke is that Hope made a godlike machine that killed him and keeps regenerating. So, what do we do if Hope has made a godlike machine that keeps regenerating? How do we stop this from happening, guys?
Will you listen to me?
I miss you too.
These fights are really starting to work.
Yeah, they two teamed. They were double teaming the dog.
Do us any good whining about the mistakes of the past.
So we have 4 options. If you pick 3 options, you have to fight the fight again. If you scream at Hope, that is the correct option. So for some reason, she gets super mad and screams like a school mom, and it reverberates through time and space, and she tells Hope to not make the machine, and Hope doesn't make the machine ever again, and everything's fine. We just fixed the timeline. We just stopped a mecha god from being made. I know what I'm saying. I'm just sleepy. So now we're gonna do a bit of back and forth. We've opened up a new location. However, we actually need to pick up a couple of things before we go there. So we're gonna go back to this location, pick up a few odds and ends, and we're effectively going to be starting to move into the end game territory. So buckle up, fellas. It's gonna get rough. I say it's gonna get rough. It's pretty easy until final dungeon now. So not much to worry about. In fact, don't buckle up yet. Let's just cruise for a bit. We're cruising. You're all okay, aren't you? You having a nice time? How are the animals? It's almost endgame hype. We're gonna be, as I say, picking up some odds and ends. It's not endgame hype just yet, but it is gonna be very soon. Crazy chocobo hype. So next location that I'm going to, we're gonna ride on this chocobo. So I expect everybody to get pretty hype in chat. Wow, nice total, guys. Do you think you can ride on this chocobo? Because it's gonna happen soon. So we're just going to pick up this item here. Which we need. Yeah, this is a nice little bit that we can all get hype about before the end game. Are you ready for it? Because it's super fun. It's just headbang central. I don't understand, that was blue. I don't think I need to fight them. I shouldn't have to. So we should, with Chi-Chu, be powerful enough to just kill these encounters. I mean, we were pretty powerful before, but even more so now we've got some levels up and Chi-Chu power. There you go. So hopefully we're going to get out of this area without getting any more encounters, but yeah, we're going to get one more. Yeah, so you don't get a choice, even if it's blue. You have to do the fights here. Speedrunners hate this place because you get forced into encounters that you don't want to do. So you can, if you're running on PC, if you can get it to work, you can crux out, which is quite a common technique that speedrunners use. So you open up the Historia crux, leave the zone, and come back in. But as you have noticed, if you've been watching this all night long, the load screens on my PS3 are really slow. So honestly, I just find it quicker to just fight and get the battles over with. But I guess the load screens are quicker and everything's running at a higher capacity. You can crux out to avoid encounters. So that is it. If you watch PC runners of this game, if they're happy, they will crux out and leave rather than face an encounter because it is quicker. That is some speedrun tech, but as previously stated, my PS3 runs slow enough and we would have to watch a load screen like this. And I'm a doer, not a waiter. I don't wait around. I'm just going to kill whatever is in front of me. It's the belligerent soul inside of me. But maybe if I do run PC at some point, I will try cruxing out and saving actual time. But for now, I'm quite happy with what I've got going on. So we're about to enter. You're gonna get like maybe 45 seconds of crazy chocobo, so I hope you're ready. It's a pretty crazy looking chocobo. It's gonna happen now. You think you can ride in this rodeo? He's just like headbanging as he's running. Yeah. Okay, I'm making him swear like that because it's fun. I don't care if it's time loss, it's hype. I'm gonna make his his little chin thing swing around. Crazy! It's a crazy chocobo. And win. Sorry. All gone. It's the best chocobo theme. For sure. So we picked up that. And now we're gonna go drop everything off. Isn't it the best though? So you think you can ride on this rodeo? And it's like, gas him up with the greens and let him go. So Janine likes this next area. So in this next area, it's a big, there's lots of NPCs just milling around. And the NPCs in this game are programmed to do the weirdest shit. And I've been told from watching speedrunners play this game, that if a child falls flat on its face in front of you while you're running through this area, that's good luck. So I want everybody to keep their eyes peeled and check for any NPC. And then what happens is the NPC will just fall flat on its face in front of people, and everybody just kind of stands around and looks at him or her, and then he just gets up, dusts itself off, and walks away. Why they programmed it in, I do not know, but it's in there. They're all just running around like this child could fall over. She's trying to run off the edge. They're just not very, they're so ungainly. Oh, there's a child. Oh, she's gone.
I sort of have an idea of what happened, but
We could see one just, yeah.
It was more of a
Just a child pratfalling. That's what you were looking for. Oh! It's not even a child! He doesn't even have the excuse! That was pretty funny though. I thought it was funny. They're all there. But yeah, the other thing that I like that they've programmed the NPCs to do is to react to Mog. So if Mog does a Mog reveal, or if you throw him, the NPCs just kind of like run around and go, what? And they cheer and they're like, what the fuck? They either think they're getting attacked or they think it's like a pop star has entered the room. They're very like, they're very confusing, but they do react to things, which I think is quite funny. Like they didn't have to do that. But yeah, or they like shoot their guns at the enemies that appear and stuff like that. It's funny. I like it. Weird touches. We're gonna get a silver chocobo from this location once we've handed in all of our graviton cores. So basically at this point they're just saying collect all the graviton cores, and then we're just gonna be like, yeah, I already did that, thank you. And she's gonna be like, wow, I can't believe you found this, it's amazing. And you're gonna be like, yeah, I've had them this whole time. She's really excited. She's like, oh my gosh, we're almost there. And you're like, yep. Man, these must have been really hard to find. So we're actually collecting these clusters to power up a new cocoon. Hope's decided that he's going to make, because the old cocoon, which we never actually, I don't even know if we visit it. Couldn't tell you. The old cocoon's going to fall. So he's decided to make a new one. But he needs some graviton cores to make it float. So we've just got 5 out of the 7 in the game for him. And we got the silver chocobo first try. So you didn't see me like effing and jeffing and throwing the chocobo, the Moogle, everywhere. Like a country fried chocobo? There's no more NPCs falling down, for which I am personally sad. So this is our last chocobo ride. There's no bitchin' music, but we're going to use our last Giselle Green. And we're going to hop on this chocobo, and that's going to be the last time we're going to ride one. Until we feed that silver chocobo that we just got to Chi-Chi. Yes, save the animals. We're just feeding animals to Chi-Chi, it's fine. I want to finish this game. Don't know how to do the speedrun without my Chi-Chi. So again, this is kind of point of no return. Alyssa has given us an artifact which we're going to use to open up this particular gate, which was broken up until the point that we gave them the 5 graviton cores. So it wasn't working, and now it's mysteriously working. And we're going to use the corresponding artifacts on the gate and make it work. And it's going to take us to the void beyond. And Alyssa's going to walk away and make a really sly, evil face because she gave us a trap. She's put us in a trap. She's evil. I don't know. Did you get that? Did you get that? I don't know if she's evil. She might just be trying to save her own existence, but she's given us a dodgy artifact. It's taken us to the void beyond. And in the next few cutscenes, which I am going to skip, Caius stabs Noel in the back, and he looks effectively dead. Mog is no longer corporeal; he's just a ghost. And yeah, it's basically like this is the part. So when I did the casual playthrough of this game, from this point on, I was like, if you take a drink every time somebody dies, you're probably gonna die yourself because, you know, with the amount of the sheer frequency of Yules that die in this game, and the fact that all of our main characters are gonna just die at various points now, it's chaotic. It truly is chaotic. So I thought I could get away from these guys, but I'm just gonna kill them because I can't be bothered to reset the fight. They're pretty easy to kill. Chichu just ate that one. Yeah, you did. Good boy. So yeah, now we're gonna talk to like 5 Yules on this map, and she's gonna she's just gonna exposition dump, but because it's Yule, her exposition dumps are very cryptic and very confusing, and she doesn't ever say anything just like that makes sense. And again, every single Yule that you speak to is a different person technically. And that just makes me not get, like, there's no individual Yule, they're a collective. And they're not interesting at all. So, and even Sarah's like, I don't care. And like I say, no loved one Yule. Caius is just weird. I think he loves all of them. It's confusing. But she's given us a bunch of fragments and a bunch of CP, which is nicer, so I'm not gonna get too bad. Could Yule just get to the point? Yeah, man. I mean, she doesn't. She has a habit of just kind of dropping shit in front of you and going, deal with it. I'm not gonna explain it. I'm serious. I've got other shit to do, like die. But this next fight is actually quite scary, so once again, I am probably just gonna clam up, but it's like, it's a quick fight. It's like a 30-second fight with Caius. So I will just be concentrating. Let's see if we can get through it. And also in this cutscene it looks like they're gonna kiss, but I'm not gonna play it out. So we're gonna use his synchro ability. And we're gonna quickly throw this. And then we're quickly gonna do this. And then we're gonna do this. He's already dead. That's fine. So you can die on that fight. It's basically you're just getting Chichu to hit him for you. You throw the Libra scope so Chichu knows what he's doing. And again, that's just manipulating the situation. But yeah, that is another one that we have died to repeatedly on a few occasions. So far, no deaths. Oh my god, it's going well. So in this next section, if you're wearing your original outfit, the game sets you, you will now be in Sarah's 13 outfit. It's the only time that you can wear it in the game. But because we're wearing like a custom, she's just going to be a white mage. But if you like Sarah's 13 outfit, this was the chance to see it. If you're playing the game, you do get to see it. And it's my favourite cutscene in the game because Sarah comes into her home that she shared with her fiance, and Snow is just there chilling. Look, and he's like, "Hey babe, what's going on?" And she just runs out screaming. And she's like, "This isn't right. What are you doing here?" And it's like, "Sweetie, that's your fiance." Hey, look who that is.
Am I trapped?
Anyway, I think it's funny. Yeah, her 13 outfit, it's not great anyway, but... Okay, so Lightning wants to know, are we going to stay in the void with her forever? And unfortunately, we're not. But I have been known to, when I was very drunk, hit the let's stay in the void with lightning forever, and you do actually get, and it's a paradox ending. It's a bad ending.
Who was that?
There are like
And why is she
numerous
trying to
paradox
help me?
endings. I'm not going to pretend like I know how many there are, but there are paradox endings to the game, and they're all pretty funny. But then the true ending of the game, oh baby,
Helping me.
I prefer some of the paradox endings. Let's just say that.
Hey, just want to quickly jump in before you get deep into Endgame to say
Yeah.
thank you to Misa, who's just put in a £50 donation. Sadly, not to Hammy's campaign, however, still towards the big overall Critical Hit Spring
Blue
Smash
Cross,
campaign,
baby.
towards Jarek Kandra. With that £50 donation to do Ghost NEA Whack and Pray, which NEA for FF10 is obviously no encounter armor. I'm not quite sure what it means with Ghost, Whack and Pray.
So
It's the drop from the ghost.
yeah,
okay.
where they're on
There's nothing left.
any percent true RNG,
Yeah.
you can't track the drops. So I imagine that donation will be for Jerica to stay where she is until she gets that NEA.
Ooh, ouch. Yeah.
I think it's just going to be a whack and pray. I think the idea is that they'll go in there, they'll have a ghost encounter, they'll whack it and see if they get the no encounter, but I don't think they'll stick around if they don't get it. I think it's just get a ghost encounter, see if you get it. If not, move on.
We will see.
Indeed.
But I've been told that if you do get no encounter armor on RNG, that the run is invalid.
Yeah.
So that is what I've been
You're not
told.
allowed to use it if you want to submit it, but for a marathon,
Yeah.
absolutely should.
But for a marathon and for fun times, let's give it a go.
Absolutely.
And that does also bring us
Gonna
over
impact that
£200
race, isn't it?
now, so we are over
Woo!
10% of our goal of 2,000 on our first run
Amazing.
of the event. We've got 49 more showcases to bring you, everyone. So that is
Hey.
absolutely fantastic. What a phenomenal effort already.
That is absolutely
So yeah, this
amazing.
is
Anyway, back into
Just-
the end game. Back to you, Hammy.
honestly I was just about to say this bit is just me running around, triggering cutscenes and skipping them. So obviously you guys just chat away because it's pretty boring. Because we're not going to learn anything about Noel because I'm going to skip it all. But if you want to know about Noel, this is the zone for it. Who cares about? I like Noel actually. I think he's an interesting character. I don't know if they needed him in the game, but I think him and Sarah make a nice team. So, and as I've said before, I think that Lightning and Snow are a better couple, and I think Sarah and Noel make a better couple. I think I can fix this. I can Deirdre it. It's better my way. It would fix everybody's problems if they just stopped trying to make it work with other people. Like Nolan, Yule, that's just weird. Just give up on that. Move on. She's dead. Again. So yeah, this is the dying world. This is where Noel used to live. Until he tried to unalive himself and ended up in Valhalla with Lightning. So everybody around him is dying. He is having a bit of a rough time. But yeah, feel free to chat away. Tell me what's going on with the campaign and the showcase, because I'm excited to find out. I know that I'm doing Tetris with Cardcaptor Sakura around this time next week, actually. I will be doing easy and normal mode. Easy mode can take me just under 13 minutes when I'm on a roll. Normal mode, I'm so bad at don't call it normal mode, call it hard as nails mode. It's so hard, it's horrible. It's not a very popular category in that game. And it's not very popular in speedrun, but I'm making it popular through sheer force of will. Am I supposed to be fighting this guy? Hang on. This is fine, I'm sorry, I just got distracted talking about Tetris.
Understandable.
Oh no. Oh, shit. Nah, it's fine. Was my acting good there? That's scripted. You're not. You're supposed to die on that fight. I don't think I was very convincing, but yeah. So there is a treasure chest that we're gonna go grab in this zone. So we just gotta go pick this up. You're kind of like behind this little wall here. And again, these are just things that you just pick up as you do the run. You just remember it. Nothing's too difficult to figure out with the pathfinding. But yeah, once we finish this area, we're going to pick up a couple bits and bobs again. Just some more fragment skills for Chichu. Not for Chichu, no, for jumping and stuff. And then we're going to go into the final dungeon. So we've got a boss fight, we've got to pick some stuff up, and then it's final dungeon time. So, not long now, guys. I feel like we're making good time. I'm not looking at the timer there. So this is actually called Gog Magog 3. So we obviously fought him in the first section of the game. So this is him back to Garrus a little bit. But he's not as scary this time around because we're a lot more powerful than we were. So we're just going to combo her. The idea on this fight is we're going to kill him pretty fast because if you don't kill him fast, things kind of go south very quickly. So it's a nice quick fight. Thank you. So yeah, Noel at that point was at his lowest ebb and he was going to end it. He just walked for days and days and days and he was very, very sad and he'd lost the will to live. But then through time travel shenanigans, Sarah comes and picks him up and makes him feel better. And we also find out that he was going to go see Lightning in Valhalla. So it's kind of circuitous. I don't really know what word I'm trying to say, but you know, it's time travel, baby. We shouldn't get any more encounters because nothing really tends to get in the way here. But we're gonna go back to the Oracle or the Seeress monument, I want to say. And we're gonna go stop off, and then Mog Dog will be back in play, and we'll drop a load of exposition. We're gonna go to another area. We're gonna pick up some stuff. Yeah, we gotta go get another exposition dump, but you're not gonna see any of that exposition dump. But I'm gonna tell you right now, the cutscenes are really pretty. If you've missed Lightning at all, she kind of reappears at this point to exposition dump for you. None of it makes any sense. But you do know how she got to Valhalla. And it was basically that. The end of Final Fantasy XIII happened, and then a giant hole that nobody else could see swallowed her and ate her up. And there's a silver cactuar trying to kill me. Oh dear. Oh, I don't normally get this encounter. I think we can kill it. I don't know if it's actually a good encounter. Metal cactuar. Yeah, so we're currently we're playing casually Lightning Returns on my stream at the minute, and the frustration I can barely conceal because it's so confusing. The battle system, they just changed it. Why is Noel just hanging in the air like that? That was weird. I don't really know what the benefit of that fight was. Yeah, she fell down a plot hole. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. The retcon hole. So yeah, she fell down a hole, ended up in Valhalla. The goddess chose her as her champion. She got some swag new clothes. She's now dressed as a Valkyrie. I love Lightning's Valkyrie outfit. It's my favorite of her iterations. Valkyrie Lightning is the coolest, in my opinion. She doesn't really do much with it, and there's no point to it, but much like in 10-2, where Yuna has a waterfall skirt on her outfit, she has like a feather skirt, which is very similar, and I feel like that says something about character design in the sequel games. You always have to have a half skirt over your bum. Not another silver cactuar, please leave me alone. Okay, so we're gonna go talk to this person, get some lightning exposition. It's not as quick as you think, but and we'll start looking at getting this finished off for you guys. The final dungeon, if you've not seen it before, is a doozy. I won't spoil it, let's just say that. But it's gonna give me a headache. For sure. So Mog's giving us a bunch of exposition. We're gonna say to Mog, yes, let's go to the point of no return. But yeah.
Where did my sister go? After she helped you, I mean.
I have dressed Lightning up as a very pink. I've made everything pink. The one thing that I do like about Lightning Returns is that there is a color palette, and you can change the colors of all of her outfits. And I've just changed everything to pink. However, I did see on the DLC that she's got a Moogle lover outfit, and it's an outfit made of Moogle dolls. You have to see it to believe it, guys. But it's ridiculous. And she's also got she can dress up as Yuna from 10 or 10-2. And she can dress up as Aerith, I think. I don't know, I can't remember. She can't dress up as Tifa though. Although she can, I want it. And I watched a video the other day where she was dressed up as Lara Croft from the recent reboot Lara Croft. Anyway, Lightning's just walked through. We're getting an FMV. She gets naked when she gets her magic girl clothes changed. So that's something to keep an eye out for. We're just going to go get this fragment that's been made available. Artifact that's been made available. Mog's got an increase in his reveal power now. It's that silver cactuar again.
Hey, look.
I'm just going to kill it because I can't be bothered. Kill it. He really likes making Nolf and me and everybody fly up in the air. Oh, I got his crystal. I don't actually know what it does. Naked lightning. For a split second, you see her navel. Okay. It's a good FMV. I really like the FMVs. They're actually really worth watching at some point if you ever get the chance. They're beautiful. Like, everything about this game. I know I've just referred to Lightning being naked, but I am genuinely complimentary when I say that this game is beautiful. It's held up very well. The FMVs are stunning, and it is genuinely pretty game. And if you're all about aesthetics, then it's definitely got its own aesthetic, and it's got crazy chocobo theme. So take from that what you will. So that's the final dungeon, but we're going to make one more stop off. We're going to upgrade our jumping ability, is the short and skinny of it, because we need it for this next area. Oh Lord help me. Okay, it's taking its time just for, maximum attention. Yeah, so the whole like Flan side plot that Snow was dealing with in the game was to do with the Flan were eroding the crystal pillar,
It is clear.
and Cocoon was going to fall out of the sky, and that was a genuine concern. So that was the whole kind of side plot. Like Cocoon is going to fall, and that's kind of like what we're trying to prevent from happening ultimately as the goal of the game. But then we've also got side shenanigans with Noel and Caius and Yule, and time getting blasted into smithereens for love. It happens. Anyway, it's a fun game, I swear. Please play it. Okay. It's final dungeon time. Help. Okay. So I'm going to concentrate on this menu because I have messed it up before. We're just going to sell everything that we own to feed the Chi-Chu. Component. Okay. Just now.
It doesn't matter what.
Okay. We got this. Okay, and then we're gonna feed him this. And then we're gonna finish off. So we're basically just upping Noel's HP and defense because we want him to survive. Tasted good. He got a nice little bonus, the KO surge bonus. That's the one we're looking for. Okay. Oh wait, hang on. And now we can go. Okay, so it's a platformer. They thought that this game was in need of whatever this situation is. So we're going to be jumping from platforms which can move on timers. We're just going to need some excellent timing and avoiding encounters while we run through this hellscape to the final bosses. And as you can see, they move while you're running on them, which is really nice. Some of the encounters can hurt us quite significantly, like these ones. So we don't want them to hit us because getting into a fight with those is really annoying. That's just moved into the right position for me, so we should be okay. And this next boss fight is quite tricky, so I will probably be concentrating. It's not a nice boss fight. So we're just gonna hope for the best on this one. We only have one Libroscope, so this is gonna go super duper well. No. We might actually strip this.
He desires the destruction of all. I can see a world without a goddess. Valhalla draws near.
Okay, yeah, we need to try that again. So we need a Libroscope for the final boss, but we don't have one moving into this fight. I don't know, I must have missed it. I didn't pick it up, so this might be tricky. I think I just need to get a bit more defensive with it, but we should be okay. First death, I'm taking the win. Tricky fight. It's not a nice fight. But I need that Libra. I'd rather have that Libroscope on the final boss. So.
I can see a world without a goddess. He desires the destruction of all. Ask yourself, is this the right path? The end of time draws If you continue, you will commit a great crime. Time must be stopped. Everything shall return to Valhalla. The center cannot hold. I see the end. Valhalla draws near. Everything shall return to Valhalla.
Sorry, buddy.
Is this the right path? I can see a world without a goddess.
Good job.
If you continue,
I might die again.
great crime. The end of time draws closer. dropped.
Oh no, it's dead. Chi-Chi's dead. Hang on. Yeah, fuck it. Oh man. Thank you. We're dying on this fight. I might have to go back and get some healing items. It's the one fight I haven't practiced recently. Okay, if we don't get this, I'll go back and get some healing items. I don't know where I didn't pick up the Libroscope, but we needed that.
The end of time draws closer. Ask yourself, is this the right path? Sorry. If you continue, you will commit a great crime. He desires the destruction of all order. I can see a world without a goddess. Everything shall return back. The center cannot hold. I see the end. Time must be stopped. Valhalla draws near. The end of time draws closer. I can see a world without a goddess.
Okay, we might be okay.
Goddess will cease to be. If you continue, you will commit a great crime. Ask yourself, is this the right path?
Yeah, Chi-Chi's got him. There we go. We did it. Died twice. It's okay. Alright, okay, now here's the tricky part. We kept our Libroscope, so... We did it. Tricky, but we did it. So now we just gotta get through this dungeon without pulling our hat off and throwing it on the floor. I'm getting sleepy.
Seems fairly straightforward.
Help! Okay, so we're going back up here. So you can see these little cactuars. They're actually like save stones. You can touch them, so if you fall, which you can do, you'll land back where you touched the cactuar last. So that's something. Ugh. I was gonna say like without pulling your hair out, but we don't have any hair so to speak of right now. It's all under the hat, so I ended up kind of pivoting and saying ripping the hat off instead of pulling my hair out. I can pivot. But since we had that boss fight, if we do fall off any platforms, we will end up back where we did that last boss fight. And this next platform took me a while to figure this one out. We want it to be green, but we also want it to stop here, which it might not do if it's not green. Sorry, I'm trying to get away from this fight. Right, okay. We can't retry it, so we're just gonna let them kill us. It ain't Sonic! It ain't Sonic. I want them to kill me. The only problem is I've souped up my noble to no end, so... Yeah, they're ganging up. So if you come across one of those, you just let them dogpile you. There's too many. Luckily we don't have to deal with that encounter again. So we're gonna touch this because we need to. And then we're gonna manipulate this cube. So again, we want it to be green and we also want it to stop in front of us, which when you see that screen, it means that what you're doing is working. I could have probably got away with trying to do the jump, but yeah. Okay, we're gonna hit it one more time. Yeah, so it should pause when it comes past here, because when it's usually on green, it just glides on past. Yeah. So we did that manipulation. That was actually a speedrun minute, and that staircase is moved now. I wasn't gonna risk it. It's not worth it. So we're just gonna wait for this to spin back round. I'm not gonna risk it. Okay, so we're just gonna run over here now. Most of the encounters, apart from the little red dudes, you can pretty much skip. We're gonna wait for this T-junction to come and point in our general direction. It does it like so. So we're heading straight ahead. Navigating this dungeon is probably one of the trickier things to learn in the speedrun. But again, just takes practice and a bit of patience, and honestly, if I can do it, I feel like I say this a lot, if I can figure it out, anyone can. It just takes a bit of perseverance. We stand still there because we don't want to trigger the encounter. So as I've previously stated, encounters are based on a step count. So if you stand still when you're waiting for a platform, you're not going to trigger the encounter. So keep that in mind. And then this platform, we've got an enemy encounter, which is quite scary. We should be able to kill him there. I'm confident. So we just throw out a bunch of these. And hopefully he doesn't murder us. Chi-Chu is doing all the work here. Okay, Chi-Chu's gonna kill it. Nope. Nope, he was rude. Chi-Chu, where were you? Yeah, Nola's the worst at jumping. They gave them an upgraded jump and then they still let you fall off platforms. So we're gonna just... I don't really know if we need to fight Apkalu, so I'm not gonna do it. Because I want to jump on here. Okay, So we've got one last scary platform, and then we're going to be going into final dungeon territory. We want that chest. Dogmog will get it. Okay, the platform up here is facing the wrong way. But that's okay. So this one's going to turn to the right. We're going to go up that platform over there. And then that's the final dungeon. The final boss rush. So it's going to happen, guys. We're going to finish this game. Come hell or high water. But this platform is quite nasty because it has a behemoth encounter. I thought I was going to get away with that. Which you will probably have to retry because it will smack you in the face and you ain't killing it. So we're just going to avoid. And we're fine. So I've seen like runners get stuck there and have to jump and wiggle their way out of that encounter like several retries. It can really eat your time away. It's a really annoying platform. But yeah. So this is the final menu of the game. So again, bear with. We got 2 Scarletite. That's all I care about. We're gonna sell these and these. And that'll do, I think. We should have enough money. I regret buying those, but we'll be fine. Let's see what level we get. Yeah, it's this easy. The game is so easy. Alright, we're just gonna upgrade Chi-Chi and be on our merry way. We don't have enough stuff. We're gonna have to sell some stuff. Okay. This is the point where we're panicking. We don't have enough. Let's see. We just want Chi-Chi to get an upgrade. Otherwise this is going to be pretty much impossible. Okay, that's fine. That was okay. I was scared.
We've just had a donation in from the professor towards my campaign for Final Fantasy VIII to name Angelo Izumi. Thank you very much for that donation, and I will make sure I do that in my run on Wednesday. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's happening. Deep breaths, guys. So we are just literally banking on Chi-Chi killing everything for us. I'm not gonna lie. But there's a little bit of finesse to it. But we shall see. It's gonna be an old friend that we encounter next. This is where the loading screen is just agonizing. Okay. No. Who's dead? Chi-Chi's dead. Great. Good start, guys. Okay, we're just gonna hope for adrenaline now. There's Mega Flare.
So we are clearly approaching the end, Hammy.
Yes. We
What
are.
is the final boss? It's Chaos Bahamut.
Oh, that would be telling. I want to keep it a nice surprise, but if you think this dragon is scary, you ain't seen nothing.
Oh.
It's actually one of the more I think it's one of the best final bosses. I think it's really cool.
Is it Shuyin? He says, is it Shuyin?
Don't, Janine will lose her mind.
Matty from Wish.
That guy scares you.
He's
Okay.
a scary guy. He
So
plays the
now we've
keyboard.
got 2 encounters with Caius to go, and then we've got the final boss. So it's 3 fights, and the next 2 fights are kind of a combined fight. So that guy scares me. He scares me too. He's got issues, man. Is he as scary as Caius? I like Caius. Where he got Soul Edge from, no one knows, but I kind of want him to die before he kills Null. Okay, and then this is the next stage of the fight. So we're just using our characters to get up the stagger bar so that Chi-Chi can wail on him, is the short version of this fight. So yeah, final boss coming in.
There does seem to
And if I can do
an element of similarity of strats with FF10 here, in as much as you power up your Chi-Chu and then you get your Chi-Chu to boop the snoot.
He's booping it, yeah, he's doing some booping. He's just headbutting things. Quite hilarious. You ready? It's quite scary. I'm scared.
He's booping the snoot with his hoop.
With his little head and his whatever I put on his head. So this is why we needed the Libra scope.
I see. This is very useful.
Because there's 3 of these guys. So we want to get them
It might just
sort
be
of.
that I'm getting serious video vibes from these 3.
Yeah, they have quite Yu-Gi-Oh names, to be fair.
And then my brain just started singing Pokemon because I'm just cursed.
You are cursed.
You just got to catch them all, Janine.
Why do I even know it?
It's a good question.
Because you have to deal with
Everybody knows it.
Too old for this.
I thought that. That's what I'm talking to. Aren't we all a little bit Shuyin? Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Those are years of madness.
Coming up next, as it says at the bottom. Master Blaster on the NES, 80% by the man in chat himself, Mr. Nightshade. Looking forward to a bit of that, a bit of retro gaming after this.
You are right, Nightshade. Matty is not Len. Or Ren, dependent on whether you're a Japanese purist, like my partner here.
I am not a Japanese purist. I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
This is a lot of dragon fighting going on.
Yeah. If I get this on first try, I'll be really happy, you guys. It's taken a lot of practice to get this far.
I kind of feel like, you know, there's going to be some Dragon Zords come up and start booping Snoops as well from the Power Rangers or something.
That's...
Ooh, good snag.
It could happen.
See some massive damage here. These are some big hits.
What is this 9999 damage threshold?
There you go, that's time.
Time!
Time is now.
GG!
GG.
Thank you.
Wow, well under estimate there. 3 hours, 52 minutes and 25 seconds.
Wow, my PB is 3:45. So
3:45,
that's
so only
pretty
7
close.
minutes over PB for a marathon run.
That's
That is
brilliant.
a big
That's
GG.
really
Let's see all
nice.
the big GGs, everybody, for our first run of the event completed. Congratulations, Hammy.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
You're
Spring smashed it
welcome.
indeed.
I'm glad I could do that for you guys. I'm glad I could be part of this. It's really exciting. I'm glad we're all coming together to do this. It's lovely. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Just really glad you can take part as well, Hammy. Thank you so much for bringing that showcase to us. And we have managed to bring our total now up to £223 already in our first event. And that could only be
That's
possible
crazy.
from your run being here, Hammy, as well as all the wonderful donations. So thank you everybody for that.
Thank you guys. Thank you for any donations, every donation, whether it's to me or anyone else who's participating. Thank you so much. And thank you for watching. And thank you for hanging out with me. And thank you for listening to me ramble about this game, because as I've said before, I'm usually rambling about absolutely anything else under the sun. So yeah, it's a nice time for me to share all of that.
We're not
Thank
eating
you
the
for
chocobos.
We did. We may have eaten a chocobo.
I didn't see it, so it's
just one or
fine.
two. It's fine. It's fine. We did do crazy chocobo. That was pretty fun. Thank you guys.
We didn't get to hear Crazy Chocolate this end, no, it was sad. We got to watch it, we were like, Janini was bopping along in our head.
Headbanging in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we are under estimate, so we are going to be taking a small break, but fear not, it will only be a very, very small break. The stream will go down very quickly, but will be replaced just as quickly. And you will be hosted for the next little while by Mr. One and Only, Mr. T's, Mr. Y's, Matty Ice of the Macho Man Gordon Ramsay Brigade.
I apologize in advance to everybody. Rest of the night. GG's, Hammy. That was awesome.
Thank you so much.
That was, you know, I have people that are nagging me to play 13, and I just thought 13 was so difficult. But nobody told me that 13.2 was easier, so now it's like...
It is easier. It's worth trying.
Nobody
It's definitely
told me
fun one to learn.
I tried
Yeah.
learning light returns last year. I'm probably gonna go back
That
to
one.
that. So it's like
Ooh.
this is how it starts. It's like you learn one, and it's like, well, that looks like fun, and that looks like fun.
Yeah. Well,
Now we
it's
have-
definitely
now-
worth trying. Yeah.
Now we're talking trilogy runs.
Oh wow. Yeah. Gosh.
Cool.
Well, it's
fun.
definitely worth trying. So yeah, I mean, if I can encourage anyone to pick this up, then I think I've done something well. Because like I say, it's quite a quiet board, But I think it's a lovely one to learn, and it's an easy one to get a hold of, and it's not too long. And like I say, if you can get it working on PC, you can definitely do it quicker than what I've just done it in. So yeah, yeah. I'm glad I could share that. I'm glad that I've piqued your interest. Thank you.
Everything interests me if it's Final Fantasy.
It's a good final. It's a good little Final Fantasy thing.
Okay then, so just so everyone knows what you're hanging around for, I know it's coming up at the bottom as well, but just to make things easier, I'll let you know. We have Blaster, oh, that's really difficult to say. Blaster Master Nez, any percent, not glitchless, because there was some confusion between Nightshade and myself, but it is actually going to be an any percent featuring glitches run by I'm Nightshade. That is coming up, scheduled to be in about 40 minutes time, depending on Matty and Nightshade, might be a little bit earlier, we will see. Comes up to them, down to them. That will be followed by a little bit of classic JRPG action with Dragon Quest III. That will be Draki difficulty any percent by Master Mars, also hosted by Matty Ice, and that will wrap us up for this evening. But we will be back tomorrow with an action-packed schedule featuring Mega Man, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Metal Gear Solid 3, and a race of Final Fantasy X. So there is a lot going on. So yeah, we will be disappearing very briefly, but this stream will go down and back up again probably within 30 seconds, so please don't close the screen or anything, we will be right back. You'll probably get some fun with some words on stream whilst we prepare for the next run, and you will be joined by Nightshade and Matty afterwards. So from me, thank you very much. From Janini, I imagine thank you. She's longing to go to bed.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
GG's everybody.
From us,
I will take it from here.
Thank you to everyone who's donated. What a brilliant start to the run, to the event. That's been awesome, and I look forward to seeing what happens overnight.
Thank you guys for helping me out. Thank you for supporting me. And thank you everyone for being here. Appreciate it.
I'm in charge. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Alrighty, I am going to hit the off button in about 3 seconds, Matty, so if you're ready shortly after, let's do this. See you all again in a second.